You see that? Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Where's the beef? A little late, my bad. Don't forget to put your thumb right up your butt when you're watching this. Actually, don't do that. Happy 4th of July, day 4 of the strike war against the orange tyrant. So far, Liam has done dog shit nothing for his counterclaim. Claimed that some goofy ass fucking drawing of Godzilla was his. He claimed it was his, and so he struck me. He took my money. I'm laughing because I'm fucking raging pissed. Took my money, called it a joke, and then he struck me again. Well, not struck me. I got a privacy notice within the first minute of the Liam and John Longbox videos. I got privacy notifications. At a minute in, I get a privacy notification. It wasn't a strike, didn't do anything to me, but it was just like, hey, FYI. And it's like, Liam, you sex pest. Hell. You going to the beach, you fucking lucky bastard. Get some of them waves, dog. So Liam is super angry and super mad and is accusing me of what is it? He's like, you're calling him a sex predator and that he's done crimes and stuff. And I've never said that. But then I got this. So there's a lot of projection in the retard. Like everything that he's projecting and screaming about, he's actually doing. Like nobody's accused him of doing any kind of sexual crimes. At least I haven't. I've never accused him of raping anybody, molesting, assaulting, anything like that. Never done anything like that. I don't think he's done anything like that. So I'd never say anything. The only thing I think he's done is had sexual misconduct with one of his employees. And we saw the receipts and the, we saw it all. We saw the DMs. We saw the whole conversation. So it's crazy that this guy, Liam, is saying this. So word on the street is backwards cover, yellow flash couldn't color. And then he sexually harassed one of Yellow Flash's employees. So, dude, this whole thing is just fucking nothing but projection, right? Projection. Backwards cover. This motherfucker printed a whole book backwards. Liam printed his first book, Xenotype, backwards. So I'm not sure how that fucking works. And he said this on Ethan's stream. So Ethan read that out loud. So I love the way the fucking Godfather Part 2 ends. Where everybody who's supposed to get it gets it all within fucking 20 minutes of each other. I like the idea on Breaking Bad when he's like, I want it all done within 10 minutes. You know, he has all these different hits done and all the hits are all coordinated and lined up and they're all meant to be done in one moment. I love that shit. Nothing like that has happened. This isn't me confessing. I'm not confessing that anything like that has happened. Your lucky war campaign exists, or I would have been fucking just striking everybody. But luckily, war campaign was there to walk me off the edge. But I do love that kind of like coordinated shit. But it's not. It's not happening at all. Nobody's even suggesting it until me just now. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, dude. We can't even coordinate a night where we can all play fucking Helldivers 2 together, right? We can't. We could barely coordinate a fucking game of Fortnite together. So coordinating some sort of fucking war that Liam really desperately wants, it's just not gonna happen. But I do like those kind of things. I do enjoy the idea of just complete decimation. Not this like tick for tack weird shit that Liam is trying to do. Well, if you struck me, then if she got struck, then I'm gonna give him one strike. If he did one strike, then I'm in it. You know what I mean? It's like it's really gay. And so the backwards cover, that's Liam fucking projection. And the sexual harassment of one of Yellow Flash's employees is an absolute fucking falsehood. Liam is going to need to have some receipts for that when he sues me, because I'm going to sue him for that as well. That's a completely different allegation. So that'll be a different set of fucking charges or whatever you want to call them, paperwork. You know what I mean? So yeah, there'll be a suit, right? Liam wants to come. There'll be a suit where he tries to fuck with me, and then I counterclaim and countersue him for defamation with the criminal fraud. And then I also do another fucking set of paperwork where I'm suing him for slander involving Yellow Flash's employees. I will have his fucking shirt and his pants. I'll have that fucking suit. You know that little navy blue suit that he has? I'll have that shit. That shit'll be mine, and I'll have it in a fucking glass case behind me. So every time I'm streaming, you'll see that fucking case, and you'll see that little Liam suit behind me. So just like the whole fucking striking war shit is like really stupid, and he should stop. He should really just like stop right now, because it's dumb, and he's gonna escalate it, and I feel like escalating. Especially now when I see this, it's like, oh, you're gonna fucking threaten me you're gonna threaten to sue me while you're throwing this out. Oh, it's just kayfabe, mate. It's just a bit. Nah, dude, I'm not kayfabing. Not when you take money out of my pocket and you start trying to talk about canceling and taking away my voice as an American. Start talking about taking my voice away on the 4th of July holiday. You're out of your fucking mind, brother. I will Francis Marion your shit. Take his dinosaur collection. I'm gonna take his IPs. Actually, you can't really take an IP if it's already owned by somebody else, like Dino King. There's already like multiple fucking videos on Amazon Prime called Dino King. It's like a whole series of fucking videos about like dinosaurs. Duh. Duh. So I just thought that was crazy. Just leave that up there for a second. What else? I'd like to draw and just hang out. So if anybody wants to come hang out, hit that link. That's fun. I mean, it's like, yeah, exactly, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even know if I bet you that guy already has like a slime 2 coming. All right, I got to draw some more animals. I got the band. So if we hit this impossible fucking goal. I'll show you guys what I'm drawing, but I'm drawing a bunch of animals watching a jug band. So at some point, I'm drawing on my tablet. Ricky, don't lose a number. Hey, look, there I am. I like perfectly covered me up. Remember that? Remember Liam was like trying to collect money for a tablet? Yeah, I remember that. This is one of those 12.5 tablets. They're fucking big as shit. Amazing, amazing tablet. Right now oh, you can't see. I'm an asshole. So that's the band. Gonna be on band's gonna be on stage. You got the audience underneath it. On the top, we're gonna have for Panic on there. That'll be painted cool. Got the little band going on. A bear playing a fucking instrument. So yeah, I mean, each design is different. And watch, Frog Tony will try to reach out to these people like fucking faggots, and then we'll be like, "Who is this guy? What are you involved in?" You suppose like all I have to do is like be like, "Yeah, Frog Tony. He hangs out with this guy named Vito who talks about fucking kids, and he hangs out with a woman who pushes demon fucking kids content." Yeah, I like it. The design before this one was like a mountain climber climbing on rocks and stuff, and then the design before that was like a sailor fighting off a swarm of bees, and then the design after this one is going to be like a blue Indian floating in space, and that'll be drawn like realistic. So it's like I love the gig. They pay well, and I get to draw something different each time. And it's funny, like I did my first widespread panic shirt over 20 years ago. So I know these guys really well. Um I mean, they were big when I first did some of their shit. Like they were really big, and somebody contacted me, was like, "Hey man, do you want to do a t-shirt design?" And I was like, "Sure." And I did it, and I went and saw one of the shows, and I liked the band. People loved my shirts, and like I don't know, every couple of years after that, I was like doing something that was bootleg, but widespread was like they're kind of cool with people doing bootleg. It's almost like it's like, hey, people are making merch and other people are selling it. It's like it's spreading their name, so they're not too concerned as long as it's not too overt and crazy. A lot of the bootleg stuff for widespread was like song references and shit like that. Like it would be, somebody taking a lyric to one of the songs and like turning it into a t-shirt design. So that's fun. They're big posters. So then I don't know, a couple years ago, not a couple years, like I moved to Athens, and then they're from Athens, and it just like they found out that I was in town, and so I went over there and met him and hung out with him, and then started doing some designs for him, and then COVID happened, and then they came back and was like, "Do you want to do some more?" And I was like, "Hell yeah!" So it's cool. So like the dude who I used to do bootleg stuff for with them is now like he was just doing bootleg stuff, is now like the head of merchandising for him. So like the dude who I was like selling posters with, dude, at one point, we would like trade a poster or trade a T-shirt for like 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. Because it was like a parking lot thing. I don't know if anybody is aware of like what it was like, but the whole parking lot would just be a fucking party before the show and then after the show. And so before the show, people are like tailgating and just having a good time walking around the parking lot. That sounds weird, but you're seeing the same people. It's fun. It's a giant party. So people are selling grilled cheeses. Other people are doing other shit. So yeah, we'd sell posters for fucking grilled cheese sandwiches. That was funny. One time we traded a poster for 2 balloons of nitrous. I had never done nitrous, and I haven't done it since. But it was funny. It's laughing gas, but it was just like, man, we got a nitrous tank. I was like, oh Jesus. He's like, do you want one? I'll give you a balloon for. I was like, give me 2 balloons for a poster. And he was like, okay. So I did one and gave him one, and it was laughing gas. So now he's head of their merchandising and stuff. So it's dope. It's dope. So as soon as I finish this design, I gotta get another one designed. I got another design. This one took a little bit longer because we were like trying to figure out what to fucking do. Because this is for Asheville, and it was like Asheville just recently had floods, and they like lost some people. So it was like fuck. Okay, we can't do the galleon design. Can't do the galleon song idea. We can't really do like Nobby Need Man and a Bow-Legged Woman in the River. Can't do that song. You know what I mean? They have like water-based kind of mountainy songs, but it's like there's like water involved. And so I was like, fuck. I was like, I really don't want to do like something that's kind of, hitting home or hitting base. Like there's a song that they have about a guy who went to a town, and this is a true story. They were in a drought, and they hired this guy to make the rain can't come, and it caught, and like a fucking flood, like a century flood showed up like the next day or two. So I was like, oh, that's a great design. I always love when I use that song, but definitely not in fucking Asheville where there's fucking floods. So I was like, yo, let's do like a fucking like an animal jug band. I fucking love Emmett Otter's jug band. Look at the birds up in the trees. We're not birds. We're a jug band. I always love that. So I was like, yo, let me do some fucking animals. I also like Zootopia. I always thought that was fun. So it's like Zootopia hillbillies. So I sent him a whole bunch of designs or like sketches, and they picked the jug band one. So that's what I'm working on right now. I had another idea for some moonshine thing, and they were like, it's a little like yes and no. I don't know. They were like, maybe don't do it. It's a very fine line of like fun, but not mocking. I don't know. I one day I'll show the moonshine idea. I might save it for like a mock design, like the way I drew it. Like it would be dope if it was like Katie Did's dad is a fucking nudist. So it'd be funny if it was like Dowdy's fucking sunblock for your fanny, because he's a nudist, so he like made his own special sunblock. I don't wear nothing except my fucking Katie Did sunblock made from real dog hair. Yeah, don't touch it. Really? I think that's cool. I think is this my art studio? It is. People are like, Matt Barr, you're in your fucking kitchen. And it's like, No, I'm not in my kitchen. I do have cupboards in my in my art room, in my office. I guess the guy before me. Look, I got not only do I have one MAGA hat, I got two. There's some books, more computer stuff, some toys. So like the guy who owned the house before me had this portion of the house built, and he was like an accountant or something. So all these cabinets had because I saw the house when they were still living in there. So he had like all these different like tax things from each year, and then in front of me he had like more tax stuff, and I guess like each company that he was doing the books for had their own book, and so he had them like that. And then this desk right here was already built in. Doors, two big fat windows, so it's nice. I'm like up on the third floor, so it's not a kitchen, but you know I be cooking. You know I be cooking. Um, what else? That's it. Jonas, can you see my hat? There's my captain's hat right there, right next to my wrestling mask. It's nice. So yesterday we had fucking Finatra showing up and apologizing. Who will show up to it today and apologize? I wonder. So far he's just doing. He just did mine. It's hot as fucking here. Hold on. What's she doing? Does Mama know you're up here? Okay. Yeah, he's just doing weird shit. It's goofy as fuck. Not just TJ. They're all coming out and apologizing. Bacon strip. Want to EFAP some Liam or some Ethan? What? Because they hung out with it. Yo, dude, I had Johnny Scab threatening to rape me because I fucking have no problem with Yellow Flash. Just the fact that I was like, yeah, hey, Yellow Flash is cool. I don't have a problem with him. He fucking threatened to rape me. So the idea of somebody being like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking strike side scrollers, whoever the fuck they are, because they hung out with Yellow Flash. I'm not surprised, dude. At this moment, I'm not surprised at all. What I am surprised at is that motherfuckers. Okay, so I had family come in from out of state, and somebody showed up with moon rocks. I get somebody showed up and gave me an ounce of fucking moon rocks, and I gotta tell you, it smells like grapes. It smells like grape drink, and I got no problem with grape drink. I love that grape drink. I drink the fuck out of some grape drink, especially if it looks like a little tiny barrel. You give me fucking 20 different colors of juice of sugar water in a little barrel, and I'll go for the purple one. I like purple grape drink. And that's what this stuff smells like. It smells like purple grape drink. Blue Raz Slurpee. That's the name of this shit. You fucking crackheads. Blue Raz Slurpee is the name of this? And that's what it smells like. You want to hear a crazy story? And I don't feel bad, but I do feel bad a little bit. But luckily, the kid didn't get killed. One time, I was at 7-Eleven on Dimby Boulevard, Dimby and Warwick. I got a Slurpee, and this fucking kid came, like, as I was coming out, I was holding it on my BMX, and this kid like fucking kicked the Slurpee out of my hand. And I chased him down. I chased him. I was fucking pissed, dude. And I chased him. We were like bike riding, chasing him on his bike, and he was fast. I was fast, and I fucking went over, and and I kicked him, and he fucking got hit by a car. I mean, we were in like the suburb, like we were already like off of Dimby Boulevard, and was like, on like the side roads in the neighborhoods and shit. But it was like he wouldn't stop his bike, and so I like rolled up next to him and did like the fucking sidekick right when the other car was coming, and he totally fucking like crumpled up onto the hood of the car, and I kept going, and like the car like fucking, and you can hear him crying and shit. That's what I think about Slurpee is me kicking that kid into a fucking car. Don't kick my Slurpee though, okay? Just don't kick my Slurpee, and I won't attempt to murder you. So, anyways, I don't know what the deal is with this stuff. Like, it looks, it's hard. It literally is like rocks. It's like rocks, and then when you, it's hard. They're hard as fuck. They're like, I'm not gonna lie, dude. If somebody gave me, if I didn't see this coming out of a fucking packaging, I'd be like, dude, what is this? Is this dog shit? It looks like dog shit that's starting to turn white out in the sun. Like if I came out into the living room and saw a piece of this sitting on the carpet, I would be like, who shit on the carpet? I'm still working off a piece of this. Is this like, I wonder if it's like hashish. So I'm gonna pack this up. Luckily, this is a plant. It's not a drug. This is a plant that many people around the world have enjoyed medicinally. But this doesn't seem natural. This is fucked up. You break it open and it is gooey. You break it open, it looks like a fucking black tar, black ice geode on the inside. That can't be good. I'm like ASMR telling you as I'm packing this, and then we'll start drawing animals and maybe listening to a fat frog. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see Batman. I mean, I'm not even high yet. I apologize. I'm excited to see Superman. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm excited to see fucking Superman. And later on today, I'm going to pay money because I don't give a fuck. And I'm going to pay to watch Thunderbolts. I don't give a fuck. That's me being like, I don't give a fuck. I'm watching Superman and I want to watch. I want to watch it. I want to watch Thunderbolts. God damn it. I like John Walker. Unapologetically, I like John Walker. All right, here we go. Tell me something good. If you had to make a choice real quick, ladies and gentlemen, Scarlet Fever. Hopefully, you're a lady. We'll assume you are. Dude, it's Newport News, dog. Shit gets wild out there. All right. Yeah, dude. Woo! That's what I'm saying, man. I like drawing baked. You know, when I I, I think baking saves some of these people from these strikes. If I wasn't getting baked a little bit, I would probably be seriously fucking more pissed off about Liam stealing my money, lying about me, and then stealing my monies, and now threatening to this. It's like I get super mad, and then let me just smoke a little bit of weed. Let me just smoke a little bit of weed and put this in perspective. He's insane. He's a mental patient. There's nothing else going on right now, so he has to start something. It's a bummer. Not bad. Smooth. Doesn't hurt my throat. Well, it's a good bong. If you want a really nice bong for your loved one, go to session.com. Session.com, the sponsor for today. Amazing bongs and glassware and accessories for the smoker in your life. Make sure he has a session, a good session, with session.com glass apparel. Shifter, you're in trouble, big guy. You don't know how to do math. Saw that. Don't feel bad. I don't know how to do math either. If you want a question done, I would suggest going to a Marine before coming to me with a math question. That's a joke because, they say Marines can't do math and they eat crayons and shit. Yeah, if I have to do math, it's like draw a ruler. Yeah, you bet. Here, let me draw you a fucking a ruler. I could draw that no problem. Let me draw you a fucking, you know what I mean? And but it's like, all right. No, actually, I could read a ruler. Let me think this. I'm trying to think. Okay, so I have a neighbor in my neighborhood, and he is from MIT or some other shit, right? Like his wife is from fucking Harvard, but he is MIT and he does math papers. Like he does papers on math and shit, and it's like, oh, okay. So he writes, and I'm like, so what is your shit just like formulas that you're he's like, no. And he like pulled up one of his articles and I forgot what it was, but he was like making an analogy and a joke and then like incorporating the math into that joke and explaining and using the math. It was kind of interesting. Um it was some sort of like it goes into like the formula shit where it's like 2 plus A equals X over squared, little check marks, some squiggly lines, some other weird shit. You know what I mean? It like starts turning into like jibber jabber to me, right? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. He was like, he started laughing, and then I showed him some of my art. He was like, I can't draw. So it's like two extremes of the brain, you know, where like one guy, he's like, I can't really visualize shit, but I can add up stuff. You know, he does the math shit. But then me, I'm like pulling off my fucking Crocs to like add stuff up. But if you needed me to draw something, you know, I could do it. I feel, yeah, I'm like just way more like visual on shit. Like if you start telling me stuff, like I'm like, what? But if you show it to me in like an infograph or some sort of visual representation, that same info, like I got it. Like I'm locked in. I love infographics. I love like, okay, show me visually what you're telling me, like what you're trying to tell me. Okay, gotcha. You know, even if it has to represent a giant fucking, here's a giant penny. Giant penny. Makes you think about Batman. So one of my nephews, he was in the military and he got out. So he did his 8 years. I found out that yesterday he's a history teacher now at a high school. I was like, oh my God, time flies. I don't know what that literally has nothing to do with anything. I apologize because I'm baked. Okie dokie. Liam refused to send Xenotype to 17 people I know of and only sent chapter 1 to 12 I know of. What kind of, what? That's weird. That's weird. All right. First, I'm going to activating EFAP shield. We're going to listen to some Ethan for a second. If anybody has an opinion on this, feel free to come on and say it. No more apologies in the DMs. Do not send me any apologies or that you're on my side or whatever in fucking DMs. I appreciate that, but I'd rather you fucking say it publicly. It's okay to say that striking me was wrong. If you are worried about Ethan being upset with you, maybe just shut the fuck up altogether then. Like if you can't apologize or say this is fucked up in public, don't come to me in private and say it. Just I'd rather you not fucking say anything at all. This is a trash cast, I guess. I forgot why he plays this.
Yeah. Get it, guys. It's on free.
I don't like European music at all. At least not this shit. I don't like modern European techno. I'm like, I don't like European music. And then it's like, bitch, what about Thin Lizzy? What about Motorhead? It's like, all right. What about ABBA? All right, you got me. I do like European music. All right, maybe it's this like goofy, weird techno shit.
Yeah. This guy, Johnny Douglas. Have you heard of him? Yeah, he got in some big Twitter fight with Yanzi. And then I think his channel got hit, and then he tried to blame Comicsgate after fighting with Yanzi. So he kind of inadvertently, or on purpose, basically sent a mob at my wife.
Look, weird catchwords right there. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down with the little bump and grind. Are you guys ready for this shenanigans? The victimization, the victimhood. Poor Yanzi. She's just minding her own business. Poor Yanzi's just out there posting recipes, teaching fucking young mothers how to make egg rolls without burning their kids with oil. She's just minding her own business, and people are talking shit to her. That's the picture that he's painting, right? That like Yanzi is just like sitting in the corner of a fucking dirt floor hut, not minding anybody's business. You know, just doing her own thing, and suddenly, oh fucking G.I. Joe comes fucking into the village and starts burning it and knocking over fucking bowls of rice and shit. Like, is that what that's what he's like, that's the picture he's trying to convey. You know? Little poor Yanzi's on the internet, and suddenly fucking Tom Berenger and fucking, you know, all these other dudes show up kicking over rice patties and fucking demanding to know who's VC. Is that like the level of fucking victimhood that he's trying to fucking create? You VC, you tell me now. You tell me now who's VC. If you haven't seen Platoon, go see it. It's a very interesting movie made by Oliver Stone. I remember going to see that with my grandfather, who was in Vietnam. And he said he had a couple of things to say. It was interesting. And then he had like an accordion or something like at his house. I don't or something. You know what I mean? And it had like tempos built into it. Right? You would like hit the button, it would be like or it'd be like bossa nova and it'd be like and he would like then, you know, you could like play along with it or something. But he wouldn't play any of those. Like he'd pull out his music and he'd start singing Found My Thrill on Blueberry Hill. I remember him singing that shit and just getting fucked up on Jim Beam. He after the wars and everything, and he was definitely like he was an alcoholic, but he was a nice guy. He was a nice grandpa, but he would play on a fucking Casanova thing. And anyways, going to see Platoon with him was pretty wild. And all right, we're backtracking. And seeing Platoon was pretty wild. If you haven't seen Platoon, you should see it. And that's kind of what is coming to mind while Shane paints a picture of his poor wife Yanzi out on the jungles of the internet.
Online, when it turned out he got blocked on YouTube, or his channel got taken down because he was platforming somebody who had gotten blocked on YouTube.
What the hell?
Yeah, all that happened with this guy. Yeah. And he was actually fighting with Yanzi to try to get clapbacks from Eric.
What a loser. Well, Shane, this individual is a piece of shit who has been really rude to me too. Like, I understood that he was a ripetard and big fan of John Delarose.
No, this piece of shit was attacking my wife with me blocked. That way I couldn't respond.
Oh. Well, yeah, I'm blocked too by this guy. So Johnny Douglas, he has a lot of opinions. He says whenever someone glazes,
dude, how often does he block? I'm blocked in his chat and I'm blocked on YouTube, so like he could just make up lies and that's it. You know what you do with lies? You fight them with the truth. Whoa!
Hideo Kojima. Remember, he once made a boss character that's a lard ass in a bomb disposal suit, riding around on rollerblades and sipping wine from a wine glass with a straw. His name?
Well, that kind of looks like a shaved Liam Gray. Like Liam Gray's final form as a villain is like this fucking shaved head Darth Vader looking motherfucker. Ooh. You take off Darth Vader's helmet and underneath it's fucking Liam Gray. The guy that's accused me of sexual harassing one of Yellow Flash's employees without any proof. Without any proof, he's out there. This little guy, this round fella, he's that dirty little dude. He's out there with a big, huge mouth. Talking all that shit. Yeah, it looks like Liam. Activate.
Batman, quote unquote genius. What do you think of that, Shane?
I remember fighting this boss.
Why is he?
He'd skate around and plant bombs.
Great novels. And they suck. They're horrible. These people do not know how to write. You can tell they just don't. They don't have creative bones in their body. They don't.
Who wrote this?
Shane, it's ridiculous. This guy's prologue. The Orc city smoldered, burned down in the wake of battle. The ground soaked in a knuckles depth of blood and ash. The savage cries of its defenders, now silent and still as its ruin, was overseen by the architect of its very destruction. The Orc wars were finally over. There is nothing more reviled than the Orc, said the Elvish king. What do you think of that, Shane?
It seems like that one paragraph could be a whole book.
You know. Well, I think it's shit, by the way.
Yeah. Absolute
shit. By the way, Bat Sauce, who we call Butt Sauce.
Nobody calls him that. There's really nothing wrong with that. It's a lot better than Malin's writing. That's for sure. It's really hard to like gauge Ethan. I mean, he lies about everything. One minute something is awesome, the next minute it's horrible. One minute Liam is the Harvey Weinstein of Comicsgate, the next he's being bullied and being pardoned for the worst, you know. You can't trust the guy. 1 second he's talking about getting rid of degenerates, and then the next minute he's bringing in pornographers. It is what it is, right? Butt Sauce. His name is Bat Sauce. Guy is a writer. Guy's been around a while. Guy's a father. The guy is a good father. He doesn't call women lesbians out in public when his wife is at home sick. Bat Sauce is also a Marine. He served. So while you two fucking high school dropouts were able to drop out and draw naked fucking men and do dumb shit like hashtag LGBTQ youth, Shane, and you, Ethan, with all your fucking weird shit. Like he put his life on the line so you could do all that. And to show any kind of appreciation, no. You talk shit to him. You talk shit to a guy who's put his life on the line so that you could do that, so that you have that right. Like he pledged his life and his blood so that you could be a dumbass. That's wild. Has a slight disagreement with somebody on Twitter. Holy fuck. He's talking back and forth with Ethan on Twitter. Suddenly he's an enemy of everybody. That's the problem now with Comicsgate trademark. If you are not, it's like he's the owner of Comicsgate now. It's not a consumer movement. There's no consumers moving anything. It's like the consumers started a movement, and then the people that they were upset with, the creators, infiltrated and then took it over. And now the head person is calling it a creator movement and leaving the fucking consumers behind again, fleecing them, treating them like shit, ignoring them. And then now you got a Liam saying, if you don't like it, don't buy my books. We are literally watching fucking the SJWs infiltrate and destroy a movement that was started by the consumers. Shitty fucking people doing shitty things. Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Beauty and the little fat ginger.
Man, by the way, this went super mega viral. 78,000 likes, 5,700 retweets, 638 comments. God only knows how many quote tweets. People have been having so much fun at the expense of John A. Douglas.
What does Bat Sauce say? I mean, I'm curious.
What is what?
Just
Bat Sauce
right
says,
there, yeah.
man, this is filled with some of the most pretentious comments I've ever seen. The man made a little joke. There's nothing wrong. He didn't make a little joke. Okay, like he was basically saying the guy, whatever his name is, Kojima, is retarded because he created a character called Fat Man, who's fat, skates around and drinks wine. To me, honestly, it sounds pretty fucking creepy and cool. That's not a joke. He was denigrating the guy's work.
Do you hear that? Like, what does that have anything to do with Ethan? Or what he's doing with Rippaverse? Or any of the fucking comments he said about Rippaverse or anybody else? He's suddenly mortified by what's being said? What? That's a joke? That's not a joke.
Awesome. Man made a little joke. There's nothing wrong with that writing. There's nothing wrong with this. Y'all need to stop inhaling your own farts and breathe fresh air. Butt Sauce is another fucking guy who pretends to be a writer.
So,
but he is a writer.
It's probably the same with Comicsgate, but Iron Age and these little movements. I feel like it brings out some of the best and worst creative people. Now, on the worst side of the creative people is they think they can get on the ground floor of a new movement, and
it's not a new movement.
Build seniority. That was something Patrick really resented anybody making money in Comicsgate more than him. Is if he was here first, he felt like he should just gain more money and more support by being here longer, not whether he draws good or he writes good or anything like that. So, like when you see guys like this, John Douglas, maybe, I don't know, Bat Sauce, does he write good? I don't know. But maybe they're just here because
Bat Sauce has never declared his seniority within Comicsgate because of how long he's been here. The only people that I've seen do that is people who haven't actually done anything, or the shit that they've done has been pretty minimal, like actual fucking work or no work. Like I had that thrown at me by J Dollar about how he's been here longer since the beginning, but it's like, but what have you done? Like you haven't really done anything. You haven't contributed to anything. A couple of other people, it's just like, what? But I don't think it's these people. And with PTP, I don't know. I know that Shane showed up when it was already on the floor moving. Like Ethan had already started doing shit. War Campaign was already gone. And that's when Shane showed up. And, you know, to be fair, like when they showed up, like Yanzi was already swinging. Yanzi was swinging at that one guy, calling him anti-Semitic. The Joe Bennett fella, like, remember that? She like came in and was like, Joe Bennett. He anti-Comicsgate. It's like, whoa. Who are you? Like, why is suddenly everybody in Comicsgate, this consumer movement? Like, why do we need to be worried about this? Same thing with Disney and his fucking super cat shit. It's like, why is everybody in Comicsgate need to be riled up and noticing that Disney is not stealing your IP? This is ridiculous. So she's able to just say whatever the fuck she wants, and like, I don't know what the fucking Asian term or Asian for jihad is, but she's like, you know, trying to instigate fucking fatwas on people. I think I hear my phone. You know, I like couldn't find my phone earlier and was like, fuck it, I don't need it. I think I just heard it. Anyways.
They feel like they can get some sort of traction, and there's less competition in these movements, these grassroots movements. And then what you're going to come across,
it's not
is
grassroots anymore.
People fighting because you know, Eric July is a great example where they have zero talent, and it starts to. And John A. Douglas, here's another one. You can start to
Eric
see
July.
the lack of talent, and then the resentment they have for everybody around them.
This isn't just.
Wait a minute. Did he just say Eric July has resentment?
You understand, like these people do not. And I said, look, there's nothing wrong with that.
It seems like that one paragraph could be a whole book.
You know.
Did you say Eric July resents
I
people?
Think it's shit, by the way.
Yeah,
absolute shit. By the way, Bat Sauce, who we call Butt Sauce, man. By the way, this went super mega viral. 78,000 likes, 5,700 retweets, 638 comments. God only knows how many quote tweets. People have been having so much fun at the expense of John A. Douglas.
What does Bat Sauce say? I mean, I'm curious.
What is what? Oh, Bat Sauce
right
says,
there, yeah.
Man, this is filled with some of the most pretentious comments I've ever seen. The man made a little joke. There's nothing wrong. By the way, he didn't make a little joke. Okay, like he was basically saying the guy, whatever his name is, Kojima, is retarded because he created a character called Fat Man, who's fat, skates around, and drinks wine. To me, honestly, it sounds pretty fucking creepy and cool. That's not a joke. He was denigrating the guy's work, Blood Sauce. The man made a little joke. There's nothing wrong with that writing. There's nothing wrong with this. You all need to stop inhaling your own farts.
His writing.
Is another fucking guy who pretends to be a writer.
So, and it's probably the same with Comicsgate, but Iron Age, any of these little movements, I feel like it brings out some of the best and worst creative people. Now, on the worst side of the creative people is they think they can get on the ground floor of a new movement, and they'll build seniority. That was something Patrick really resented anybody making money in Comicsgate more than him.
Wait, that's the worst?
Here first, the new movement, and
they'll pretentious comments I've ever seen. The man made a little joke. There's nothing.
You think that's the worst?
A little joke. Okay, like he was basically saying the guy.
It's no longer grassroots.
Whatever his name is, Kojima, is retarded because he created a character. It's called Fat
trademark.
Man, fat. It's around.
It's incorporated now.
Honestly,
it's over.
It sounds pretty fucking creepy and cool. That's not a joke. He was integrating the guy's
It's
work,
no longer consumer movement when a creator owns the name
to
it, right?
Your own farts and breathe fresh air. Butt Sauce is another fucking guy who pretends to be a writer.
So, and it's probably the same with Comicsgate, but Iron Age, any of these little movements, I feel like it brings out some of the best and worst creative people. Now, on the worst side of the creative people is they think they can get on the ground floor of a new movement, and they'll build seniority. That was something Patrick really.
The worst is somebody getting on the ground floor and building seniority. Actually, I think that's the fucking best. And that is the exact opposite of Shane. Shane was talking to Patrick, making sure that he had a place at the big boy table. He didn't want to just show up. He wanted to make sure that he had a spot on all the shows before he showed up. And he wanted to make sure that everybody was cool with him and that nobody was going to fuck with him when he got on the shows. So this like starting from the ground up. Yeah, of course Shane doesn't like that. He wants everybody, and him and Ethan and Malin, they want everybody to fucking rely on them, and we don't. And this is this narrative that we need them, and that we're upset by what they're doing. It's ridiculous.
Presented anybody making money in Comicscape more than him. Is if he was here first, he felt like he should just gain more money and more support by being here longer, not whether.
Well, see, that's one person. You can't apply like PTP's behavior with everybody in Comicscape. Like, there's a whole bunch of people who do a ground level shit and built up. Bancroft, the Diaz brothers, a whole bunch. Fucking Matt Fowler. There's a whole bunch of people who are like doing shit that like just grinded it out from the bottom up. I think those are the best ones because they're the most independent.
He draws good or he writes good or anything like that. So, like when you see guys like this, John Douglas, maybe, I don't know, Bat Sauce, does he write good? I don't know. But maybe
you don't know. See, he doesn't know anything about Bat Sauce, but decides to just like throw the name in there. Fucking, how bullshit is that? Yeah, it could be him, it could be not him, but hey, Ethan said it, so I'll repeat it like a fucking parrot. That's the parrot right there, dude. Holy shit. Say something original, baby cakes.
They feel like they can get some sort of traction and there's less competition in these movements, these grassroots movements. And then what you're going to come across is like people.
You had no traction, dude. You had no traction. You literally showed up with fucking PTP pulling a chair out for you. Is everybody cool? Is the person who's sitting next to me at the table, is she going to be cool with me? Does Cecil, tell Cecil that I like him. Tell Cecil that I'm cool with him. Tell me I'm not lying about this. Is he cool? Make sure you tell him that I'm cool. You're a fucking goofy, phony asshole, dude.
Eric July is a great example where they have zero talent and it starts to, and John A. Douglas, here's another one. You can start to see the lack of talent and then the resentment.
I don't think there's any resentment, and I don't think there's any lack of talent. Eric July is like the epitome of what Comicscape was and what it used to be and what it could have been and what it should have been. You just don't fucking want to admit it. And I don't even buy the guy's shit. Think about it. Eric July built the platform as a consumer talking about this shit. So what if he fucking was doing rock and roll music, you fucking cornballs? You know what? At least he wasn't getting his shit kicked in a fucking ring like you. You know, he was out there fucking making music. He was being creative, not just like trying to prove something after your fucking dad left. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know my dad left. I don't need high school. Here, watch this, Dad. And then you just got your fucking bell rung. And then you try to do it in real life and you shit your pants. So Eric July builds a platform, spends several years talking politics, talking about how based he is, talking about what's wrong with woke, talking about the comic book industry, showing that he loves the comics, is aware of the comic books. Right? He's a consumer. Then he finally is like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to fucking make a comic book. You know, like how much talent did Stan Lee have? Like he couldn't draw, like he could write. Like how well can he write? You know? I mean, I'm not saying Eric July is a Stan Lee, but I'm saying he's like creating shit and he's putting it out there, and people know his characters' names more than they know the cats' names in Super Kitties, your Super Kitties book, or fucking Inglorious Rex. Hey, what's the name of the main character of Inglorious Rex? I don't know. What's the next book coming out from Eric July? Oh, Horseman 2. Oh, Zolan. Oh, fucking, you know what I mean? It's just like you guys are upset that he's doing everything that you wanted to do. Like he's just putting out stuff. And it's just getting better because he's smarter and he's just hiring better people. Like there's multiple people in the comic book history that Julius Schwartz guy from DC. Like he couldn't write or draw, but he knew story, he knew characters, and he hired the right people, and he built a fucking empire, quote unquote empire. You know what I'm saying? Like he like built something from that. So, you know, if he's coordinating and orchestrating and building and putting out books, and he used to be a consumer, I mean, that's like Comicsgate to me. It's a consumer movement, and that's what everybody says. It's not a creator movement. It's not hey, we lost the industry and now we're fighting back. Like and that would even be stupid. It's already too late. Like the pendulum is swinging back. You know what I mean? Like it went from bisexual Batman, and now it's like, oh, the best selling comic book right now is high T absolute Batman. So it'll like swing back and balance it out. You know, the people that were stupid are gone. So this being like he has no talent, and the shit talking by Eric July is like it's fucking silly. It's really goofy because he is the consumer. He is one of us. He saw shit going down, didn't like it, talked about it repeatedly all the time, was doing all kinds of videos and streams about what was fucked up with the industry. And then he started talking about his own shit. Then boom, he dropped his own shit. I mean, it's I'm not sure about the talent. It's like, you know, it's consumable. It's consumable entertainment. You know, I don't know, if it was like a restaurant, you know, and you're like paying money for like man, I'm telling you, this next comic book that I'm making is like the best. Like this is the best shit coming. You paid me like 5 hours ago, but it's coming, trust me. And then you have Eric July, who's just like, he's not a short order cook. You know, his shit is awesome, but it's like, you know, you're getting the food that you're ordered. You know, and like maybe that steak that Ethan's talking about is going to be good, but probably not. Like it's going to be shorter. Like it's probably not going to really happen. You know, nothing's going to really happen. I'm meandering, but you know, the idea that trying to use a restaurant analogy, but the idea that Eric July doesn't have talent while he's just like creating and producing and releasing shit on a scale that like they aren't on at all is funny. You know, it's some serious coping
they have for everybody around them.
This isn't just typing is not writing. You understand?
No shit.
Like, these people do not. And I sat there and I said to Bats, I was like, Bat Sauce. I said, man, you got to use your words. Like a writer is somebody who can use words to sort of paint pictures. And this guy like sent me like a picture.
So see, he was like, Ethan was like, oh, who is this guy? Like Ethan was like right in there with Yanzi. And I think it was mostly like, I think if I remember correctly, somebody could pull it up and say I'm lying. But if I remember correctly, it was like Bat Sauce and Yanzi maybe once or twice back. And then the rest of it was just Bat Sauce and fucking Ethan going at each other. You know what I mean? So this like mob shit is it's retarded, dude. There was no mob. It was just fucking Bat Sauce and Ethan. And now look, Bat Sauce fucking checkmated him on Twitter. So what did he do? He fucking went to YouTube to fucking cry about him and call him names.
Sure, if somebody huffing their farts, it's like, get the fuck out of my creative movement. If you don't understand the language
your creative movement,
what
a fucking joke, dude. What a joke.
Why do you pretend to be a writer
here,
if you
dude?
have no respect for what
absolute SJW anti-Comicsgate behavior from Ethan. He is shown his true colors. He is a total SJW piece of shit. He is from the mainstream. He is the worst of the mainstream here. It's like fucking pulling off the mask out of a Scooby-Doo episode. Holy shit. It's been Ethan Skyver the whole time. Ethan Van Skyver, sorry.
Retarded. Like this was somebody typing some shit. Dan Lawless said it sounds like Ralphie from A Christmas Story writing an essay about what he wants for Christmas, and that's precisely it. This is
Dan Lawless could get fucked. That guy like did like what, Cloak and Dagger fucking 30 years ago. Fucking get the fuck out of here, dude. You draw the same shit over and over, same face over and over. It's like, oh, look at this person. Oh, it's it's just the same fucking face over and over. I mean, you're probably like, oh, we're drawing fucking Ninja Turtle. Oh, okay, cool. I could draw something different. Because, dude, I bet you it would have been the same fucking face from Dan Lawless. I bet you would have been. And, you know, that guy, my beef with him started with, oh, what's wrong? Matt should have gone along with the rape joke. What, Riley? Yeah, that would have been funny if Matt dressed up like a little sailor. That would have been funny to go along with the rape joke. Like, what the fuck? The fuck? Fuck you, dude. And then suddenly he was like, oh, I'm gonna block you. So he like blocked me and then like continues to talk shit.
Talentless,
fucking
contentless writing. Why would I read past this opening paragraph? And that is why 78,000 people liked it. That is why 5,700 people are retweeting it to make fun of it. Orc City is now a meme. Orc City is a meme now.
I doubt it. So is Throat Goat.
You'll see it everywhere. The Orc City smoldered. Let's go over this just real quick. I mean,
hashtag Throat Goat. You'll see that everywhere.
I knew it. I didn't want to read your work to prove it to myself, but I knew you were stupid, and I knew.
I gotta fast forward
just based on the way you conduct yourself. Like, how dare you? How dare you talk to Yancey the way that you did? You fucking piece of shit. If you're you gotta walk it like you talk it, Shane.
How dare you?
Got a shout out from Eric. That's why he was doing it.
Oh, he got. Oh,
how dare you?
Yeah. Eric's another one, man. I'm telling you right now.
It's like the idea that like women could just come on to, and you know, women. Most of the women on here, they're not even women. They're like dudes, right? Like Kamikaze, you know, is really Johnny Scab. Like some of these people, you don't even know these fucking people are, but you know, you're on Twitter and you're on the YouTubes, and you're talking shit about other people and other creators. You cannot be suddenly fucking shocked and like declaring your womanhood because somebody's like clapping back. And nothing that was being said had anything to do with her womanhood or her children or her family. It was literally talking to her about the topic. And suddenly that was just too much for these people. They were concerned that that Bad Sauce was firebombing the village and was making her dance once he found a hole in her hut. You know, it's like, it's ridiculous, dude.
Now, you know, these guys
and I'm going that far with my analogy because that's how ridiculous it is to like declare these quote unquote attacks. Like, these are such weak people who have never actually been attacked. They've never actually been, well, maybe Shane. We've seen him be attacked. We've seen him get his shit kicked in. So maybe Shane, but like these other people, like these aren't attacks. It's ridiculous, especially when there's like a back and forth. Like it boggles the fucking mind.
I don't know.
It's a weird shield to have.
Let's see it. Let's go. All
right, we gotta. Yeah. All right.
Walk it like I talk it, 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 walk it like I talk it. Take the shoes and walk a mile, something you can't do. Big talks to the town, big boy gang moves. I like to walk around with my chain loose. She just bought a new ass, we got the same boobs. Whipping up dope, scientists whipping up. That's my sauce, where you find it? That's my sauce, look it up, find it. Add it up, checks no mining. Add it up, get your respect in diamond.
Yes.
I'm a plain Jane rolling. These fellas bought their fame. I think my bed got scoliosis cause I sperm the lane. Heard you signed your life for that brand new chain. I think it came with stripes, push me straight to the game. Walk it like I talk it, walk it like I talk it, walk it like I talk it.
The point is that you gotta be able to walk it like you talk it. If you're gonna talk shit, you need to be able to back it up with great work, okay? Mm-hmm. And that is not happening here. It is not happening. So let's go over this little bit of writing. The Orc City.
Not happening with Yanzi either. The writing in the books are shit. So
somebody pointed out that, like, you know, this guy.
That's why I'm able to talk some shit. Because even Ethan has called it. I'm one of like the top 5 artists in the indie comic scene, the whole comic book place. He says I'm good enough to be fucking at the big 2, which I agree. I choose not to be. I don't know, until they're like, yo, would you like to do some Batman shit? Then some Elseworld Batman stuff. But I like drawing my own stuff. Like, why would I draw something for other people when I'm drawing shit that I own, right? But Ethan's called me one of the best. So I don't mind talking
to
shit.
start a sentence without the letter T. You know what I mean? Think about that for a second. It's just a writer exercise. Like the Orc City smoldered, the ground smoke, the savage cries, the Orc wars. There is nothing more about. Every single sentence begins with the letter T because it's easy to start a sentence with the. That's a natural way.
At least everything is spelled correctly. Like he didn't misspell borders. There's commas and shit.
But then what do you do from there? You want to create poetry with the York City smoldered, burned down in the
I'm
wake of
bored.
battle.
This is boring.
What do you think of the phrase "burned down," Shane?
And nobody's hitting the link.
I mean, I would make it seem more exotic and lively, like called engulfed in flames, or so. I just burned down. I get everything's past tense. Okay, I think it's horrible. I mean, I would be more like visual with this rather than everything's past tense. I would focus. I don't know, me, more of a visual guy. I would talk about like a dead orc's hand or a fly leading and panning out, and maybe see a broken battle axe. So something that would be part of this conflict or fire that's broken metaphorically to symbolize. You know, anything other than this.
Yeah, anything. It needs to be a little bit more like just well rendered here. Batman says, I asked Grok to make this writing good. So here's a Grok, by the way, and the people like Johnny Douglas are going to completely resort to AI. I don't know how they're going to get stopped from doing this, but listen to this. The York City lay in smoldering ruin. Its jagged spires reduced to ash and broken stone in the wake of a merciless battle. The ground was soaked with the blood of its defenders. Their savage cries silenced now.
Who cares?
Bodies still beneath the weight.
I don't even know what they're
Overseeing
talking.
this
It
desolation
wasn't
stood the
Matt
architect of the
Sauce
fall,
that did this.
shrouded in shadow. Their presence a silent
Matt Sauce.
testament to the city's undoing. The York wars were finally over. There's nothing more reviled than the York, declared the Elvish king, his voice a cold blade cutting through the dawn. His golden eyes gleamed with triumph as he gazed upon the shattered remains, a kingdom laid low by his hand. That's fucking good. That's much better.
I'm not gonna lie. The only fantasy shit that I've read was Lord of the Rings. Beyond that, I'm good. I mean, other than Conan, I guess. Let me rephrase that. Yeah, I read a bunch of Conan. Had a bunch of Conan books, like paperbacks. Conan Usurper, Conan Destroyer, all that good stuff. Other than like Conan and that, and then anything like elves and dwarfs and orcs and shit like that. Like I just read Lord of the Rings and that was it. Like why bother with anything else? Because I feel like everything else is derivative of it. I'm like looking at my bookshelves right now, and I don't see no fantasy books that I've read. I don't know what the fuck is People of Pern. Yeah, I don't see any fantasy. Sci-fi stuff. Lots of all the Dunes. Orson Scott Card. No Country for Old Men. Cosmic Banditos. If you guys have not read Cosmic Banditos, fucking check it out. That shit is dope. Anyways.
Yeah.
Much fucking better, man.
I don't care about like
create
rewriting
with
shit.
your words. You're not a writer. Stop trying to write. Just stop.
Especially if you're doing prose, you got to be more of a wordsmith, right? You got to have a voice.
Yeah.
You know, and AI just owned his ass.
Own Johnny Douglas. Yeah, good job, Grok. Thank you very much. Shane, you have to understand, man. You know, you and I, we got a long way to go with Trash Cast. We're gonna build this Orc City on Grok and Troll. You know what I'm saying? We built our city on Grok and trolling. John Douglas, fuck you, and your gay little butt buddy butt sauce. Fuck you both. You stink.
Wow.
All right.
These guys can't be all that bad.
What are you talking about? They're terrible.
They're probably
you say that.
Probably just misunderstood. What are just like misunderstood trolls? You know, like we just don't understand these trolls enough. Like maybe they need attention. Maybe
they're trolls.
Some bread.
They need.
What have you been doing with Eric for the last 2 years?
I got 2 kids and then 1 like stepkid. I don't need to be anyone else's dad. Silly. Look at this. It's unsurprising that someone who wrote a book like that also thinks like this. Johnny Douglas. Writing books is actually easier than you think. Readers want something fun, cool, and awesome. It ain't that hard. You understand what Eric July is festering?
No.
Shane, the worst thing is the trolls are pointing out that he thanks me.
I don't even know who. Do I know who Johnny Douglas is? Writing books is actually easier than you think. Readers want something fun, cool, awesome. Also, an original. Fun doesn't necessarily need to be fun. It needs to be cool. It needs to be thought-provoking. And all of those things. Awesome is not a singular fucking adjective. I mean, I don't know this fucking guy from Adam, so I'm not like up here defending him. And Bat Sauce is good to go. He doesn't need me defending him. You know, it's just like funny that these two goofy bitches over here are fucking twisting this. You know, I mean, I don't blame Shannon. Like, if he doesn't come on here and defend him, he's gonna get hit with a fucking frying pan. Yeah, so you know, you give what the writers want, and then it's awesome. Like, it could be not fun. It could be, I think of a book that's awesome. That is like not. That is neither of those. Like, I like me. You know, No Country for Old Men is good, but like The Road, woo, woo, woo. The Road is fucking gnarly, man. The Road is a fucked up book. It's not fun. Is it cool? I wouldn't call it cool. You know, not everything is fun and cool. Sometimes you're reading books for you're controlling the reader's emotions. You know, I want more than just fun and cool. You know, that's why writing isn't easy. That's just like saying drawing is easy. Like, oh yeah, drawing comics is easy. People who say comic books are easy are people who have produced dog shit comics. And that's fucking 80% of fucking comic skate is just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Like, half of the book is just fucking front page faces. Like, some of the other, it's just like, what the fuck? There's and with writing, like, it's not easy. But with drawing comics, there's panel layouts, there's anatomy, juxtaposition, angle of view. Some people say, oh, it's the angle of the camera, and then people get poopy pants. They could just fucking eat a bag of dicks. But the camera movement, lighting, fucking composition of the overall page. Then there's the eye movement. You're dealing with time dilations and shit. Like, nobody wants to talk about Rock and Roll Ninja, but I got all this shit in there. But you know, people want to go follow Ethan and not want to like look at my book. So like, everybody who's like read my book is like, the artwork is fucking amazing. Even Cecil was like, holy fuck. Like, everything that I talk about, like, I implemented it in it, you know. Using shape, you know, using black as a shape, using black as a color, all kinds of shit, you know, that goes into making a comic book. You know, as a whole, you have shit going on. You know, you have splash pages and all that shit, but then, you know, your single pages, you got issues of eye movement, eye control, how far, you know, how quickly do you want the person to turn? Like, even that last panel or that last lower corner, like, what's going on in that last lower corner? Does it want you to turn the page? That was something that Bob Burden talked to me while he was here and sitting right here. We were going over shit and talking about that kind of stuff. And it was like, he was like going through the pages and it was like, this is good, this is good, this is good. And then he would, you know, be like, okay, this page, you know, where I don't want to turn the page, if that makes sense. And it was like, yeah, I got it. Like, he's like, this right here is like a, and like, we went into it a little bit deeper, and like, I got the gist of it. So there's a lot to go into a comic book page, comic book. So like, writing is just as is just as wild that I'm learning, because I'm writing my own stuff, right? Because people are like, oh, you need to do your own book. All right, well, I plan on doing my own book and doing everything. I'm gonna write it, I'm gonna draw it, I'm gonna letter it, because I like me some Roquefort. I like the idea that he did all that by himself. That's pretty dope. So I got some scripts, but it's like, man, yeah, writing is like the same thing as like with drawing. There's a lot of erasing. There's a lot of like, redo, do that again, redo, do that again, reread it, read that to yourself, read that to yourself. Like, I mean, it's hard for me because it's not something that I do a lot. and it's something new that I'm trying. But it's fun, you know. It's like, because I'm seeing improvements in it, and I'm seeing the story getting tighter and tighter. But I think my scripts are going to be the kind of scripts that I prefer to get. Like, I don't like getting fucking thumbnails from writers. I don't like getting fucking panel fucking count offs from writers. You know, I don't like that at all. Like, give me fucking, you know, oh, but I have my own idea. Well, then you fucking draw your shit. You know, that's also, I guess that's another reason why I'm going to start writing my own shit. But it's not easy, dude. It's not. It's not. Because there's shit that, you know, you'll start writing, and you're like, okay, you know, you know so much, you've seen so much, it's hard to come up with something original or a combination of elements that hasn't already been done, or, you know, yeah, or hasn't already, you know, it's like you're kind of like, I'm not sure what the word for it. And it's like, as you're working on stuff, you're like watching and hoping nothing comes out like it is. It's hard, man. It's hard. But it's something you have to grind on and polish, right? Like, you know, we talk about the gemstone that everybody is. You know, you are the gemstone. You're a rock, and you have these facets, and it's your job to turn this raw gem into something valuable, right? That's all of our paths in life, or whatever. You know, it's how do we generate value in ourselves, and how is that seen in others, and it's done by generating facets and polishing them and working hard and grinding. You grind on it, it polishes it off, and suddenly you got something shiny, right? You start adding more facets, you get shinier, you start glowing. That's what you're supposed to be doing to yourself as a human. So you know, there's facets, you know, that are a little rough. Some are nice and shiny and smooth. And my writing career, my career stone is, there's a chunk now that is slowly getting grinded and polished, and that's my writing. Is it ever going to be polished and well enough for other people to do? I don't think so. I think I'm probably just going to write for myself. Um, and then have somebody else look at it, you know, have multiple, like, you know, I'm always like, why the fuck did you do this? Why don't you have somebody else look at your fucking shit before you start doing 7 pages of black fucking ink in the middle of your book? So I have a couple of books that I have that have already been like fucking picked apart, but I'm at the extended outline section, you know, where I'm like, okay, this is 60 pages, so I have, you know, maybe, you know, I'll have like a line that'll explain what happens on that page, you know, one that happens, page 2, this happens, page 3, and it'll be like a short sentence of kind of like what happens, you know, so you kind of get an idea of what's going on. And be able to like move stuff. And I've showed it, and people were like, oh yeah, they've liked it. And I'll put their names in there in the book for thank yous. But kind of like, you know, what's easy writing? It's like, yeah, like how easy is drawing, and how deep do you want that drawing to be, is the same thing with the writing. You know, it's like I wanted I didn't just want the writing to be like some Michael Bay shit. You know what I mean? Like I wanted there to be more to it. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael Bay movie, like you watch The Rock, where it's just like shit exploding and action and stuff, and you're like, what's the story? You're like, I don't know, some SEALs and some fucking Delta guys like fighting, and then James Bond shows up out of a fucking prison break, and then they win. You know what I mean? Like it's not that shallow, but it's almost that bad. You know what I mean? Where you're like, that sounds goofy as fuck. That storyline sounds goofy as fuck. And Michael Bay is like, bro, trust me, it's gonna look dope. And then you watch The Rock and you're like, this fucking looks buck wild. Shit's just going crazy. People are driving Humvees through San Francisco, and there's Navy SEALs sneaking onto Alcatraz, and there's like people's faces bubbling up and shit. You know what I mean? You're just like, what the? This is fucking crazy. So, like, I want that crazy, but I also want I also want a good dash of like real story. You know what I mean? I want characters that like actual change. Like, there's like physical changing going on for a character going from one thing to another. So it's like, okay, well, what else is changing? Who else is changing? Is the girlfriend changing? Okay, how is she changing? How does she change? All right, what about this guy? And then it starts to do me like, oh, okay. So there's like the whole theme is like, how is everybody changing? How, like, because that's good story. You know, like everybody is one thing in the beginning, and at the end, everybody is something else. Like what has transpired has affected everybody in some way, you know, not like, oh, shit happens and then, okay, anyways, let's go to Shoney's. Like, no, like there needs to be some, you know, some stuff. Like, that's what I want, you know. So, you know, I am appreciative of other writers helping me. Just like I'm sure people are appreciative when I'm showing them like drawing stuff. But yeah, this quote about it being easy is I don't know, I wouldn't agree. But I'm, you know,
book. This guy hates my guts now. But in the back of the book, he thanked a bunch of people who made it possible to inspire him to write it, and I'm in the list. And the SJWs are going fucking crazy over it. Like, I thanked Ethan Van Sciver. I was just like, what the fuck? The guy sucks. Like, don't slime me with that. No,
Man, thanking you. I mean, don't thank you taught him to write like that, Ethan.
I
Holy
didn't teach
shit.
him anything.
Yeah.
Here's Butt Sauce, who's like still standing up for his friend. It's a great book that everyone should read. He's like, wish granted. Wish granted. Everybody is reading it. That's the monkey paw. You know what I mean? Where you make a wish on the monkey paw and you get your wish, but in a fucked up way. Like, everybody is reading John A. Douglas's book, but they're reading it to make fun of it and call him a retard. So that's like not the result of the wish. That's why you shouldn't wish on a monkey's paw, Shane.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Doug Ernst is mad at me right now again. I don't even want to get into Doug Ernst. He's such a fucking scumbag.
What do you mean? Mad at you for what? What'd you do?
He keeps posting these gay memes that are like, you know, kind of aimed at me, and then people send them to me. I said, Doug Ernst is a sociopath. There's no other explanation for this behavior. And then he goes, "This was put on my radar. It's the 4th of July."
What a fucking weirdo! He did like a war campaign thing, which wasn't even. It was just like a shield, and
philosophy websites. I had no idea that's what that was. It really seemed pointed at people that he hates right now.
Who cares? Who cares what Doug is doing? You're the one who's fucking going ape shit about him. The guy's like posting his own shit, and then you get upset.
I guess he's just promoting a philosophy website. All of these guys are liars, just liars.
What?
It's not always about you, Ethan. Just 99% of the time.
Almost always. Look at this. Heather Antos using the block function like it's my job today. My God. Caro Brown, just yesterday. The mute button is strong with me this week. So is the block feature. She was just talking about milkshake girls in that interview with.
You're a milkshake girl. You fucking mongoloid. Oh, we got a guest. Hey, we had a guest, and then he backed out. I don't want to say who that guest was. He may hop back in. You gotta polish it hard. We should hop in, dude. Somebody was like, what the fuck is this on my screen? This is my e-fapping proof. This is my original artwork, and I do not approve of anybody clipping or recording or anything or showing my shit. This is my drawing. Look at that. That's my art. That's my art right there. That's not my art. But this is Liam accusing me of sexual harassment with one of Yellow Flash's employees. That's what that is. What? P-head? No. These are the guys being bullied? Yes, they're being bullied. They're being hurt. I got a few. Be more fair! Sorry, I've been drawing. Right? You got 5 a.m. eyes. One look at you. No, Ethan built his career on not being a milkshake girl. Oh.
You are a milkshake girl, Caro. And you guys, one of the things that Zach used to say is these milkshakes, these SJWs, they brag about blocking people on Twitter. It's like they brag about it. It's not just that they do it. They sit there and brag about it. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to block a bunch of people today.
Yeah.
Milkshake.
So I was talking to John about this the other night, and I think Katie clipped it, but it's a long ass clip. But I haven't talked to you about it yet. So we'll pretend this is different. Keep this up though. Have you noticed, like,
dude, Katie did has a clip that is fucking crazy. Katie did like clip Malin shit for like 40 minutes. That's a hell of a fucking clip. Like, did you ask Malin if you were like, hey, can I clip 40 minutes of your show?
But oh, there we go. We're earned on that book. I'm not saying it's insane or killer or whatever. Never mind. But
it's in this, right?
Really? Yeah, but
all right. No, I will pause it. You can tell me what you. The way that you
so
want
so
yeah, dude.
There's like a
what about that
echo or deja vu I'm having lately. Part of it was with that Dan shit. Trying to I've never played the full audio.
Yeah.
And that's probably for Dan's sake more than anything. But obviously, I mean, I felt like he was trying to start a physical confrontation in public. To get me probably kicked out of the con, you know. And that reminded me of, you know, B. Claymore trying to start shit with your boy Zach at New York Comic Con. Like, they were looking for a picture of Zach just so they could start shit with him in the con and get him kicked out.
Shit.
And then I don't know, just certain things. I'm like, why, you know, Dungeoneer DM groups, that seems like that comic artist group I kept getting kicked out of that were trying to cancel people behind the scenes, you included. It just, I start seeing like similarities happening years apart. And
yeah, a lot of that is happening right now. A lot of that is happening with new Comicsgate green rooms, with multiple green rooms. You got Jim coming out and talking about people in the rooms. You got Richard Embry coming out talking about multiple green rooms and multiple DM rooms where they're coordinating shit. You know, it's all happening. It's all happening behind their closed doors because they're a bunch of SJWs.
Behaviors and stuff like this. There was like a pitch.
The striking of people, the trying to, you know, demanding that people be silent, demanding people say something or they're gonna get canceled. Getting your shit, like getting Shane's channel being struck, and then him blaming everybody, you know, screaming that it was everybody's fault last year. Ethan fucking declaring that everybody block War Campaign. If they mention War Campaign, they got to get blocked. No matter what. Even if you're not War Campaign and you talk to War Campaign, you get blocked.
But it's like all these guys are getting together, taking like basically a milkshake picture together.
Yeah,
like Mike and whoever. It's like, why would you do that? It's during the con. It's the con convention hours. Why aren't you at your booths? Like, I mean, even if nobody.
You don't even know that. What a stupid thing.
Like, what
a stupid thing. How do you know when the photo was taken? Like, oh, why aren't they at their booth? Maybe it was when the show was over, dum-dum. Like, what a stupid thing to call out. And let's not forget, you had a photo yourself. There was a whole Comicsgate photo of everybody eating dinner together, which, you know, Malin tried to pull the most commie fucking thing I've ever seen by like fucking airbrushing people out of it. That is so fucking Stalin. That is such a fucking piece of shit commie move to do.
Like, it just, like, weird. I know you don't like that word, but it's strange coincidence, these behavioral patterns.
Yeah.
You know, and I just was noticing that the other day. I've been scratching my head at it.
Well, I mean, you know, yeah, there's a reason why the Milkshake Girls took that picture and posted it on the internet. There's a reason why Smiller went around getting everybody to take a picture. It's a way of saying this is who we are. This is our posse. This is us.
That's ridiculous. This is our posse. You know, the milkshake girls, whether or not they're stupid or not, all they did was go out and get milkshakes and then had their picture taken. Same thing with these guys. They're all friends and then they met and had their picture taken. The way they're twisting it around is ridiculous. The coping with these guys is ridiculous. So what about the photo? Let's pull up the photo where it's Shane and Riley and Malin at the show when they're all sitting on a fucking couch, right? I saw those pictures. Where is their fucking booth at? Why is nobody at their booth? I mean, it's a stupid question. You don't even need to answer. It's retarded to even fucking. But it's like people get together, they take photos, and the fact that you're trying to flip it just shows what a fucking butthurt pair you are.
Strong, brother. This is me with Narwhal and Von Coleman and a bunch of other people. And
shenanigans. I call shenanigans.
That's what it is. Who the flipper flipping you?
And I personally, I just find it strange. Like that's it. It just
why is it
things
strange,
are happening
dude?
kind of the same.
You know why it's strange to you? Because you're on the spectrum and you have no real human interaction. That or it's all been knocked out of your head by your wife.
Again, like it's a different cycle. People are like, oh, you know, a lot of
wife
people
hits you in the head with a fucking
the
pan.
right side of the culture of war, and it's like, I don't know, were they ever really like? I mean, maybe they were always kind of not our friends. You know,
they were never our friends. I guess
that's right. We weren't your friends. We weren't, because it turns out that you were really SJW. We never were your friends because you were never ours. As a consumer movement, you were never a true consumer. You were never one of us. You showed up and started selling your shit and then tried to use your clout and push people around, right? You were like, hey, here's my shit. I used to work here. I'm going to have a show and let the little people come on here. So that'll be my clout I'm giving to you. And let me wave it around as a fucking, you know, hey, I had this show. I let you come on. I platformed you. Nah, man, you came in, you fucking splashed some fake clout, and you hijacked the consumer movement. Bullshit creators. SJW creators. Yeah, we're not your friends because you were never ours. You're fucking fake, dude.
Eric, you miss it.
No, I don't. I just, but the part that gets me interested is like, you know, somehow I'm the asshole because Dan wanted to fuck with me. It's like no matter what the outcome of any of these situations, no matter how you handle them, you're the asshole. You're the not.
That's not true. You and Dan, though, y'all are both fucking stupid. He came to you and you apologized and y'all shook hands on Friday. And then what'd you do Saturday? You just fucking talk mad shit again. Your wife talked shit on Twitter. And then that was you being stupid. And then he's stupid for going back over to you. Like, you should have just fucking left it alone.
You're the comics game. We get to attack you over and over and over, no matter what. We get to label you something, so therefore we can treat you in an inhumane way. That's why they call people Nazis.
Really, like the head wound shit. So Ethan gets to call out head wound shit, something that came out of a PTP DM with Anna. Anna sends it to Ethan. Ethan starts spreading around with my wife involved. So that's okay, but like this isn't, right? Suddenly he's worried about his fucking name and the word asshole being Google searchable. Oh, I don't want anybody to like connect the asshole with me, Shane and Baby Cakes Davis. Well, maybe I don't want people to fucking think that that my wife and I, that there's like head wounds and I have to check in on her. You know what I mean? It's like you're a hypocrite.
Call people racist or whatever, because then they can just beat the living fuck out of you online, get you kicked off platforms, whatever. You know, there's a reason for their madness. And I
look, he's like falling
asleep. I don't know, man. I'm just like observing it. I'm like, I find it interesting. That's it.
You're not just observing it. You're getting into it. You're getting into it. You know, you're not just observing it. Like Ethan is talking to you, you little parrot, and he's fucking, and you're going over to Malin and repeating it. So you're not just observing it. You're literally sharing Ethan's bullshit across multiple platforms. Like in real time, it's being watched. Yeah, John Blongbox, he doesn't fucking, he needed a loan. He defaulted on a loan to get his comic books done. And you're like, oh, really? Crazy. Which never happened. Not true. Like within hours, you show up on Malin's shit. Yeah, like him. He defaulted. He went back on his loan. Like you're just like repeating what Ethan said, like a parrot, dude.
Did Ethan freeze or did I freeze? Ethan froze. Spinning wheel. Yeah, he froze. He's out.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have the same computer system that you do, Shane, to do the fucking facial filters like a fucking woman.
His kernel's cut. I give Shane 2 fucks Davis. Thank God. R.I.P. Ethan. I don't know, guys. Just people with strange behavior lately. I don't really care so much as I found myself in the middle of it the other weekend. And that's when it was like, huh.
The other weekend, we're going to go back to him. There's just strange behavior here. Let me go talk about me talking shit to some dude. And you're a fucking piece of shit, dude.
That's strange. I'm sure Ethan will be back any moment now. Any moment to take me off full screen during this moment. Guys, look at that. That's a 232 balloon up there. You know, made by the guy that did the Cyberfrog cosplay suit that was jumping around at like a Comic-Con. It's also a Godzilla pinball machine that backers made me back when Inglorious Rex crossed $300,000. And today, I'm asking you guys to go over there and back Anatomic. I was actually just going through some pages. So, you know, you're going to want to support this book. Anthony Gonzalez Clark is doing a bang-up job. And we're looking at $82,000. And we got 9 days left on the first 30. So please make sure to go over there and support the campaign. I'm not sure how long we're going to keep the campaign up, but that's why it's important to get over here and back these campaigns and make sure Comicsgate doesn't go away. Like we keep this train moving, guys. A lot of guys won't jump off the train. Ethan often says, you know, the train just keeps on going.
Again, another lie. Just go ahead and wrap it up with another fucking lie about people leaving Comicsgate. Nope. Nobody left Comicsgate. You just fucking jumped onto a little bandwagon of fucking people who have totally corrupted it. Because you're just a creator. You're just one of the people from mainstream. You're just a mainstream refugee. You're not even a fucking quote unquote canceled. They just didn't want to use you anymore because you're a white guy, right? Is that the problem? What was the issue? Who knows? But you made sure there was a spot for yourself. Then you came over. You weren't part of the consumer movement. If anything, you were part of the problem. And then you came over here, and now Comicsgate is slowly dwindling. It is. Because it's no longer a consumer movement. And you can't say that it's turned into something else. Because if it's turned into something else, then it is something else. It's no longer Comicsgate. It's not a consumer movement anymore. It's just a trademark owned by a guy who hijacked it from people who fucking aren't even around anymore, you know? Anyways, anybody got anything to say? Anybody got anything to say?
It just keeps on going. I would share my monitor if I could, but I can't. I wonder what happened to Ethan's internet. Needs fire it up. What am I supposed to do? Fire it up. Fire what up? Fire it up. Oh, I was looking through a copy of not Anatomic, but Inglorious Rex. I was like, I put a lot into this book. Put a lot.
Yeah, he was drawing it and realized that he didn't draw the bad guy's arm at the end. It's just fucking an arm going into the dirt. Just kind of flipping through it and realizing the opportunities that he missed in the middle with the fucking fighting. That fucking book sucked.
Into this book. Here we go. We got Ethan back. Thank God.
That's where my internet kind of shut down the my Wi-Fi.
StreamYard?
Yeah, and then no, it ran a test. It always does this at like 3:30 in the morning, and it shuts down my internet access for a second, and then threw me right out of my conversation with you. I'm sorry, Shane.
No, you're fine. I was just all I had to say is I'm noticing some of the same patterns of behavior. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, me too. Of course, history echoes. But there's a reason for this type of behavior. They share the same goals. I wouldn't worry about it too much. We're going through this thing. I really don't feel like I know that you're kind of like, why? Because they're shitheads. But I always comfort myself by going, cream rises to the top. We have all the best creators working with us, all of them.
Shit.
All of the best creators are in Comicsgate camps
Really?
in this space. So we're going to be okay. If people want good comic books, if that's what they say that they want, they're going to get it here. If they want whining and complaining.
Who are the best creators? Like, these people aren't like who? Bosch? His shit isn't going anywhere. It's like an old book from 10 years ago. That Volvos guy, the guy who's like drawing his main character fingering his butt, like, where that book's not going anywhere. Anything that looked halfway decent, like, is getting fucking canceled. Ray's shit. Hunter's shit. Like, you're putting out a book that has 3D assets for all the backgrounds. Like, what are you talking about? You're fucking the talent pool. The talent pool's dried up. You're pulling out like the bottom of the barrel people. The best people. You fucking they're all left. Who are you gonna get? You gonna get Frog Tony to fucking make a book with you? You're gonna get Katie did? Ruby King? Is Ruby King gonna draw for you, dude? Are you fucking kidding? That elephant shit looks like ass, dude. Looks like ass. Fearsome. I'm glad I didn't get my logo on there. That shit looks stupid. It's like, what? What am I seeing here? Ghost Rider in a fucking S&M outfit? Pass. Best fucking... Dude, the best talent is over at Rippaverse.
About Comicsgate, they can get that somewhere else. Now, if they want whining and complaining about Rippaverse, they have to get it here from me. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. And if you don't like it, then you're anti-Comicsgate. If you don't like what Ethan's saying, then you're anti-Comicsgate. That's the new thing this month. They've like taken anti-Comicsgate. That name, they've like taken it off the shelf and dusted it off, and are now trying to use it. Which is crazy because they're the ones that are anti-CG. They're the Whisper They're the Whisper Network assholes in mainstream. They were the weird, shitty gatekeepers of the mainstream, and now they're here. Literally telling people to get out of their movement that they didn't start.
But see, I've got good comic books and whining and complaining about Rippaverse. That makes me pretty superior to everybody else. They can whine.
That's not true. Your comics don't come out, dude. It's easy to be like, my comic books are the best when they're not out. Like, Rainbow the Brood is the best thing ever. I mean, I guess, like, it hasn't been out. It's 5 years late. Like, will it live up to the hype? Will it even be worth fucking reading? Probably not. More shit talking.
They complain about me, but they don't have any comics, or they can just have shitty comics and not whine and complain about anyone in public, but in private they will. And that's not as good as what I have, Shane. So again, just a review. You want whining and complaining about anything and good comics, you've got to come to us, because that's what we do best.
That's right. Whine and complain, but no comics. Gotcha.
Matt TV already did this Gangsta Shop Quartet, says Urashima Taro. Jack Donegal says fantasy, especially
Yeah,
how
see, they've already done something.
And Kojima is God tier, says Carlos Blanqueta. Agree. $18 left for the review, says Urashima Taro. We're there. We're way past that. We're getting the review. CJ Matt says Repopper says EJ Voodoo dolls for sale for charity. They're on his X account. And here's $2 punishment for putting us through that interview. It was fucking terrible, dude. I knew it was.
Yeah. Most of the stream was him watching Eric. That's fucking pathetic, dude. Most of the stream was watching Eric. Allah Akbar. Allah Mappa. Allah Mappa. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get something to eat. And then really fucking, man, somebody wants to come on, talk some of that shit. I don't know. What do y'all think? some of the stuff in I'm using a new program. I can't even show it to you. It's called. It's not new. It's new to me. It's called Procreate. I like it a lot. A lot. They just don't have it on tabletop. Like they don't have it on a desktop yet. You think serifs or non-serifs? Serifs. So yeah, I haven't really checked this morning, but other than the privacy strikes, and it was like you have a privacy strike on one of your streams, and it was the stream where I was watching John Longbox and Liam fighting. They I get a privacy notice for the 1 minute mark. I don't like that. I think I could probably just do the lettering in the book. Just do the lettering in the computer, Nails won't break and toes won't stub. You never get a fever if there ain't no hole in the wash tub. It's not all right. I got one bear. All right, this will be not a bear because I already got one bear. Make that a beaver. That's a beaver. This is a little turtle. He's dancing. Turtle doing a dance. Turtle doing a two-step. Jig doing a jig. Look at it. But I do want another bear, but I think I don't have him over here. This could be a head. I'm wondering if I should draw some birds into this, but then it's just like, maybe birds. I am hungry. Now I'm all thinking about is food. Anybody else want to hit this link? Skidamarinka-dinka-dink. I can output HDMI from your tablet to an HDMI capture USB-C dongle dingle into my OBS. Oh, shit. See, you know stuff. You know how to do math, probably. Dude, I'm telling you. He's asking for it. It's like he doesn't realize what he's like trying to start and being coy and stupid about. there's like multiple things out there. Like, it's if he wants to start striking people for what he struck me for, like he struck me for one thing, but then has publicly stated that it's because of some other shit. So if I take why he struck me, if I started doing that and applying that to other people, it would decimate. It would be fucking insane. The number of streams that would get fucking struck. Luckily, I've got moon rocks. I think I might go into the Discord and hang out. I'm gonna go get something to eat, and I guess I'll see you guys later. Oh, drop it. All right. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. This is gonna come on. We're gonna get in trouble. Yeah, he got his name on there. Little SEXPEST Liam Gray got his got Shifter's name on there. I don't know, man. It's supposed to be like cold and dark. I don't know. I don't know who's supposed to be reading that. Is there one tonight? Are you gonna be streaming tonight? There we go. There we go.
Here we are.
Hey,
All right. Yo,
what's up,
buddies.
guys?
Tell me what you think. No, not about this. About what I was just watching. Just talk some shit for a second.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just the same old, EVS with his head up his own ass. It's, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
And I think Shane has been standing too close to the human sunbeam because he looks like he has cancer.
He does seem to be getting slimmer and more pale and frail.
Yeah,
I have noticed that. Yeah.
So I think he's been standing a little too close to the human sunbeam. Now he has terminal cancer.
Well, I don't like to go down that road, but I did catch some of that. That somebody posted something about that clip Katie did with John and Shane crying. Yeah. I only had 8 minutes, and they started it off with about Kenneth Rocafort.
Oh,
and
yeah?
And I'll tell you what, look, I like his art. I mean, he's a great guy.
I haven't seen it.
Well, he does Groken and all that, and
okay.
Yeah, he's a great artist. I'm not going to sit there and be like, I'm his biggest fan, but I think he's a great artist. And like I can only get through the first 8 minutes because all Shane and John did was talk about how basically Kenneth never participated in the whole CG thing. He was never against it, right? But he never participated in it. And so John and Shane spent the first at least 5 minutes. I only got through 8 minutes because it was just pure nonsense, coping and seething. Talking about Kenneth Rocafort, who's a guy who just puts his head down, does his art, and he does well. And that was the part they were bringing up. They were like, well, Kenneth does really well, and but he's not a part of us, and he backed out or he never was, and it's like, dude, why are you even bringing his name up? Why are you talking about him?
Why does he have to be a part of it? I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
How are they not a cult?
It just it didn't make sense because and like I said, I don't know Kenneth, right? Like I really don't know the guy, but I do, I know this space, and he just did his thing. You remember Danger Vanessa, Amanda B. They were really big with him, and they participate. He would go on their chats and on their channels, and he would participate with them, and and that's cool. But he never really, what's the word? He never flew the CG flag, so to speak. And these guys spent at least 5 straight minutes. I don't want to say they were shitting on him, but they kind of were. They weren't directly, but
Yeah,
like they were, it was
they're coming at him sideways, kind of.
yeah. Well, they were talking about it like they were the parent and he was the son, and they were like scolding him, like they were disappointed in him. They're like, well, they could have done much better if he was over here, and blah blah blah, and this that the other thing, and it's like. It reminds me of when Ethan used to say not to count other people's money. And look where we are now. That's all he does is count other people's money.
Well, they also make it sound like
Yeah.
if you want to leave, like, oh, you're walk away from all this money, blah blah. It's like, how is that not a cult where they prevent they don't stop you from leaving, but they try to, like, well, you won't be making as much money if you leave.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. Well, it's almost like a backhanded way of like trying to strong arm them to join the movement, but it's like it's passive aggressive, and it's like you're not going to get anywhere with that. Like you know the saying, it's like you always get more bees with honey than vinegar,
Yep.
and that's kind of what they were doing. I mean, after 8 minutes, dude, I had to
Well,
shut
yeah,
it off.
they're like, well, if he'd make more money with us, if he joined us, hint hint hint.
Yeah, right. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's like the mafia. You know, we wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you. You know, like
You got a nice family there. Be ashamed if something were to happen.
right. So I want to thank whoever posted that on Twitter or X, whatever the hell we call it now, because I saw that Katie did clip, and like I said, it went for like 45 minutes, like 43 or 45 minutes, and after like the 8 minute mark between John and Shane, I just had to shut the fucking thing off because it was just like the coping and seething. It was
It's
insane.
just really sad.
I didn't want to spend any more time on it. It was that, put it that way. It was just like, I know where this is retarded. I'm not doing it. Yeah.
They're always like, they're all a bunch of losers, and let's complain about them for an hour or so.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. All right. So Matt, you're
Yes,
just
sir.
showing this bat sauce. Now bat sauce is the new evil of the week, apparently. So now he's the new bad. He's the new big bad. Well, they call him what? Name. Now they're calling him
Butt
names.
sauce or
Yeah. Now he's the new big bad this week. So who's it going to be?
Oh, well, that's original. They're calling him another gay nickname, but it's
Right.
What's that?
yeah, instantly to feces. Yeah, they're going after him because he had an opinion and just wanted to say something.
Well, and he went to that con with Edwin and Dan, and that picture, and that's another thing. Like bringing up the
they thought
milkshake.
he was. They thought he was student of God. They're like, "Look, student of God," and I was
people
like,
have actually
"That's
said
bat
that."
sauce.
No, I know, but people have I've heard or read online people making that, and I think even student of God, they both play off it. Like they laugh about that too.
Because the student of God are well fed. It was somebody. They were like, "Look, it's." They were just like, "Oh yeah, well if it's not him, then it's this other guy." I'm like, "No, that's fucking."
Well, apparently I'm you. Remember?
Yeah, for a little
right.
while.
Yeah.
You were just more projection.
That's what they do. Just throw it out there, see what sticks to the wall.
Which actually, I didn't even find that as an insult. I go, oh, so
yeah, right.
I have moral values, and I stick to my I stick to my guns.
Yeah.
Like, I've just been consistent. I'm not sure. I'm not understanding what the big hoo-ha is about. I've just been consistent. I thought gay Superman was fucked up. I thought former sex workers writing Wonder Woman was fucking gross. I thought bisexual Batman was fucked up. You know what I mean? I was raging against somebody who was like, if you don't like my shit leftist politics, then don't buy my books. You know what I mean? Like that's I haven't stopped. I haven't stopped being aggro about that shit. You know what I mean? Like that's still my passion.
You were really
speaking out to that.
You were really about it. Obviously,
yeah, sexualization of these characters that our children are supposed to be reading. I believe mainstream comic books they shit the bed when they lost the Comic Code Authority stamp. Like once they started doing weird shit, it was over. It allowed people to do all kinds of shit that would make Stan Lee fucking spin in his grave.
Oh my God. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
they've been finding ways around it for years, so it really wasn't
I know
necessary
that,
to
but
have
that's
it.
that's okay. If you want to be like, if you want to have a message, then you kind of have to work within the framework and not be so obvious about it.
Not
You
so
know what I mean?
heavy-handed.
Because we're dealing with kids. Honestly, we're dealing with kids and like morality tales, as opposed to, you know.
I know what you mean. It's more themed
I'm not saying,
than
yeah. I'm not saying there's not a place for like Vertigo or Epic or like mainstream comics or
Image.
other comic books or yeah, or comic books being used to tell adult themes. Like, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying that these comic books that we were growing up on, that are, you know, that were for kids, I feel like they need to stay as kids.
it was more about themes and principles rather than like specific identity politic type stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like be a good person, help this person out. You
They
know,
can't.
like
They well,
like now
It
it's
was like
just
they
like
were
yeah.
able to use like the X-Men, like, hey, like, you know, like, oh, this writer is using the X-Men for this writer is using the X-Men for that, but
Mm.
they're using X-Men and the mutant movement as you know, as their, you
A
know,
pawn for their agenda.
their
It's basically yeah,
analogy. Yeah,
yeah,
right. But like
yeah,
when you're
yeah.
just like, hey, the X-Men are all fucking gay, like the X
Right.
gene is actually gay gene, and you're like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, how? Like I'm not like, I can't give my book. I can't give that book to a fucking a cousin
Yeah.
or a nephew. You know what I mean? Like, I was
Mhm.
like, yeah, I'll give you some comic books. I had to like go into a long box and like pull out comic books that I had that I knew were okay, and they all had the comic book code authority on them. Like, I was like, I
Mhm.
can't give him any of this new shit, any like Civil War or any of this other stuff. Like, it's I want to hook the kid on comic books, not fucking terrify him.
Mm.
Huh.
Or,
I guess
or,
I didn't read
mm.
Civil War, so I don't know. I think it's not. It's like I said to I don't know if you know who Chris Tomalovich is. Hero Shack.
He sounds familiar.
Well, anyway, you know he's about making comic books that kids can read, and I was like, well, you know what? There's a place for comic books like that. I mean, they all can't be like gritty and violent. We need to have at least some that are, you know, suitable for younger ages. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but even the chat, people have some good takes in the chat.
Let me see.
Talking
Let
of,
me see.
yeah, there's a couple good takes in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, the problem with modern comic books is they're too heavy-handed with what they're putting in it.
it's too
Absolutely.
on the nose, right? It's too
Right.
there, and the people that are working in the comics right now, I don't think they were like comic book fans. You know, I don't think they appreciate or respect the characters. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, they're not going, man, I love Starfire and I love fucking Robin. I would love to draw a couple of books where they get back together a little bit and they explore what's going on, but it's like part of the continuity. You know what I mean? Like, I love to, you know what I mean? Not just like, yeah, I'm a former sex worker and I'm in a wheelchair, so I like to draw a book about Starfire's fat mulatto fucking daughter. You know what I mean? It's just like, what?
Yeah, I know exactly. It's like, can we
What does
just
that have
talk
to do
about a
with it?
cool story and a good plot line and
Yeah.
make it happen? Do we have to make it about like sexualization or gender issues or yeah, I know, man. These are
The
kids
thing,
supposed to be reading this
the
or
things,
teenagers. You know what I mean?
the things nobody asked for. That's another thing is that nobody these books, nobody asked for this stuff. No one was like, you know what? I
Right.
want
There was
to,
no
you know,
demand. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep.
And I wonder, it's like, would DC really have an issue or dealing with gay rights? It's like they know the aliens exist. You know what I mean? It's like,
They were getting money to do it. That's why they all of a sudden they cared about this crap. They were getting paid.
Yeah, what was the
yeah.
the government was supplementing it or something. What was that thing called again? I'm sure the chat or somebody knows.
Diversity and inclusion or something like that.
The DEI shit, or was that basically what it was? Yeah.
There was some kind of, yeah, they were getting money to
Financial
push
incentive.
these to push these grants and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, you got
ESG. That's what it is.
ESG money.
ESG.
Ultimately, you've
That's
got
what it
like the bottom of the line people that you need to make happy.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
fucking
yeah.
like Disney isn't owned by the government. Disney is owned by private stockholders, and those motherfuckers want money.
Well,
Like
this kind of
the idea,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
corporations are supposed to grow and generate money, not like lose money.
I don't want to
Stockholders don't
detract.
want to see it.
I don't want to
Sorry.
detract too much, but no. I don't want to detract too much, but this is when people talk about movies and writing movies and comics and movies and all that stuff today. It's always prequels, sequels, or remakes. It goes back to like you remember like before the 2000s even it was like people could take chances, people could be afforded to do things original or innovative. Now
Mhm.
everybody wants a sure thing. They want like you were saying, like people invest in this shit. They don't want to invest in something that could go bust, right? So
Well,
like
Yeah.
yeah, there's
it's kind of similar, you know what I mean?
yeah. Back in the day, Hollywood used to take chances on movies all the time. Like there was at the same year Star Wars came out, there was another movie called Damnation Alley that didn't go anywhere.
Right. But even
You
like a
know.
TV show, look at Twin Peaks. Do you think that show could be pitched today? No, I
Probably
mean,
not.
yeah, you could never do that show today, right? I mean, people would go, "What the fuck is this?" And hell no,
I
right?
know. I heard about you.
Oh,
Have you seen it? Huh? Have you seen?
I have. Do you see the update, the last one they did, like in the late, what was it 2018 or something like that?
No,
Or
no,
was
I
it?
didn't.
I've only
Oh
seen
yeah, it was
seen
on
the
Showtime.
intro.
It's
The
good.
intro
I
and
only
the
saw it
fucked up.
from my wife. Like she was my girlfriend at the time, and she was like, "Have you ever seen?" I was like, "No," and I was like, "I'll watch it," you know.
Yeah,
And that is some weird shit, dude.
it
But
is weird shit.
I
I
ended
know.
up
Yeah.
liking it. Like it's at first it's like, okay, there's a murder, there's like a cop or FBI, but everybody's kind of weird. But then it's like, okay, there might be a demon
Right. Yeah.
involved,
Yeah.
and then there's like the town has like almost like a Hardy's Boy kind of group, like the guys like the Library Boys or something.
It's
Do
got
you
a real
remember that?
campy feel. Yeah, yeah. It's got a real campy feel to it too. Like, which is it's just
Yeah,
David Lynch, man. Right? He just died
David.
too.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
died last year, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
so George Lucas, he brought me in and he said, these are Wookiees. I said, what? What's a Wookiee? Have you ever heard him talk about George Lucas?
No, no, I have.
Yeah, he did Eraserhead, which is like the weirdest fucking one
I
of the
do
weirdest
remember
movies made.
that.
And so
Yeah.
they were like, he was the new It Boy, and George Lucas came to him and was like, "Hey, do you wanna direct Empire Strikes Back?"
No
Right?
shit.
And he was like,
For some reason, he has got Kermit's voice.
"Yeah, George Lucas kind of talks like this out of his throat, like I'm talking out of my throat right here." Um, and the other director, he talks like this.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah, so I said, "What's a Wookiee?" So I guess like George Lucas showed him around, and he was like, "Do you want to do uh Empire Strikes Back, or maybe it was Return of the Jedi or something?" It was one of those. Somebody in the chat will have to remind me, but he was like, "No, I'm gonna go do Dune."
Mm.
So he went and made Dune instead.
Mhm.
But he like talks about how George Lucas showed him some Wookiees, and he was just like,
Mm.
"What the fuck?"
Oh man,
Anyways,
yeah.
but yeah, so
No,
I watched
yeah,
Twin Peaks.
yeah.
That's some weird shit, dude.
It is.
Now
Well,
I remember the
yeah,
intro.
it is weird.
There's like the town, and there's like a moose walking through it or something.
That's Northern Exposure,
Damn it! Okay, I got that
Yeah.
wrong then.
It was
which
around the
is a
same
weird
time
show,
though. Yeah,
dude. But
yeah,
that's
yeah,
funny
yeah.
because, dude, that's the show my wife was watching right now. Like hard. I'm like walking through the room, and now I'm like watching it. I didn't watch Northern Exposure when it was on originally,
No,
but
me
it's
neither.
kind of good.
Me neither.
Yeah, where's
It's
it stream?
weird.
Do you know where they stream it, or do you know what
It's
it's
on
on?
Amazon Prime right
Oh
now.
shit, I can get that. Okay, all right, cool, thanks.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
so it's like a Jewish doctor. He goes to school. Part of like paying off the debt of his loans is like, okay, you got to go work in like a a rural area for 2 years to like, and that pays for some of your school debt or whatever, right? So he moves out, moves from Manhattan to Sicily, Alaska, and it's just this tiny ass town, and it's just filled with fucking weirdos and Native Americans, Eskimos.
Mm.
And the Eskimos seem to be like the normal people, and everybody who's white, they're all like fucking eclectic and like bizarre, but like just enough where like it passes as almost straight. You know what I mean? It's not like a wacky, it's not like a wacky comedy. You know what I mean? But like
Yeah.
everybody is like a fucking character.
I remember watching some of it, but like I'd have to go back. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have
Like
to go back and
there's
watch
a
it.
guy who was an astronaut, and he lives there now in town, and he has like a little astronaut jacket on, and he's banging the state trooper who's like this woman who like wears her hair real tight and is like super militant. You know what I'm saying? Like she's super militaristic, and they're just like knocking boots and shit. And then yeah, dude, it's like it's a cool show, dude.
It's
I mean,
quirky. It's quirky.
it's
It's gotta look
quirky.
quirky. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting storytelling as well. You know what I mean? It's okay not to watch something that doesn't have a superhero in it
Oh yeah.
or a
Yeah.
fucking spaceship. You know?
But it's a good example though of like having an original idea, doing something, not just following a mold. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I won't. It's worth. I always like checking stuff like that out. It could be god awful horrible, or it could be really really fucking good. And they just don't do that shit. You look at the movies today. I mean, every rom com is the same basic
Are they even
concept.
doing rom coms anymore?
Oh yeah, they still do all that. Girl, chicks like to do that, and guys are dating them, and they got to drag them to the movie, or they got to watch it on Netflix. They'll still do that. That Sydney Sweeney, she does a bunch of them, right? That chick, I think she does a
I don't
bunch of
know.
those too.
George was visionary. That's what the execs aren't and never will be like. True vision has left Hollywood. They're running to Netflix to work. Yeah, it's like I feel like there's stuff happening. There are people who are trying. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like, fuck Hollywood, or I mean, maybe fuck Hollywood, but like not fuck filmmaking.
No, people are trying.
Because I'll be like,
yeah,
because I'll be like, fuck filmmaking, and then I'll see Nosferatu and be like, oh, that was fucking dope, or The Northman and be like, holy fuck, you know what I mean? Like, there's stuff going on, there's still some good shit.
And you're right. It goes back to the invest. I mean, you need money to make things happen, right? And so it's either they invest in that idea and they buy in, or you have to do it independently. And that's where things that's kind of the breaking point right now, I find, with a lot of movies and films and TV or whatever. Yeah.
Do you think they're constantly looking for stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't know. You just got to have like some books out, maybe.
Look at Game of Thrones. I mean, I know it came out on HBO, right? It was a big hit and all that.
Yeah.
But like, who would have thought when they did it, it would become what it became? Nobody fucking knew that. Nobody knew that, right? It just took off. So sometimes, you got to take a chance and just go for things. And they're not willing to do that, as much, nowadays. I find
because shit is just once they're able to like make movies for less, maybe they'll have
AI. Well, then now we're getting into AI, right? The AI stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Now no actor's allowed to die.
Well, I think the cool thing with AI, I mean, you're gonna have a whole new industry with Andy Serkis. Like it'll be a lot of like motion capture, maybe, but like what if they like create a character? Like, hey, we're about to go see the next Batman movie, and they AI composited George Clooney and Adam West and fucking Ben Affleck, and they've like AI molded him into one actor, and then that is who you'll see, and like that mold and that AI model will only be used for the Batman movies. So like you can just like you don't have to pay anybody because you own that like that image.
And then you throw in the storyline from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Oh, that's a great movie. But you know what I mean? And then it's just like you can make all kinds of movies, and then
Right.
you're never seeing like the same actor ever again unless you pay for it.
Right.
So like, Tom Cruise could be like, yeah, I'll license my likeness
Right. Get
on
residuals.
yeah, you know what I mean? But like, and
Yeah.
like he'll be like, but I need you to make sure that I only look like, it'll be clauses in that contract. I'm just spitballing, be like, yeah, you can use my likeness, but only between the ages of 40 and 48. And you have to show me, but I have to be at least 5'11" in the movie or 6 foot. Like my image can't be shorter than any female on the screen. Like, you know what I mean? Like you could have
Right.
like fucking
Stipulations. Yeah.
stipulations in your contract on shit
And
like
there
that.
has to be Dianetics in the background of every shot.
Who knows? Maybe, I mean,
Somebody
I
like
think
an
he's
Arnold
trying to get away from
Schwarzenegger
it.
too. Yeah, you'll have Arnie, right? You can have Arnie.
Yeah, be like, I license my commando look. You can go ahead and use me when I look like commando for whatever, or kindergarten cop. You could do kindergarten cop. That would be good.
I'm
I
not
watched
dying
it.
from a tumor.
I watched that the other day. I rewatched that Kindergarten Cop, man. Funny movie. It was a funny movie.
People
Men
didn't give
have a
those movies
penis.
love, dude. Like Stop or My Mom Will Shoot, and Tango
Yeah.
Cash, and that, dude.
80s were a great
Jesus,
time.
I ain't got no intro.
Uh-oh. Hit the deck.
Hit the deck. What's going on, dude?
What it do?
Duh.
I have a question.
How may I help you, sir?
No.
When did the slums become the front gate of CG, that you had to go through the slums first and then you got to get a confiscate campaign? When did that happen? I'm forgetting, apparently.
Probably just now. I don't know.
I might have missed that.
The only time I ever heard anybody say something like that was Liam. Like a couple, a few months ago when he was like fighting the slums, how he was gonna make, he was gonna take over the slums and he was gonna help people. He was gonna spotlight people, and they would then, get moved up and be noticed by the kings. So the only person who's like said that I recall is Liam.
It's interesting because he just said that apparently DG is the holding the keys to the CG. You got to go through the slums first in order to get a campaign. CG. Liam's words.
The slums is the alleyway where all the heroin addicts hang out, and you have to get through there to get to the gates.
The slums was a joke that we had. That
it was just a joke.
DG tried to unionize.
I know.
But never did he gatekeep CG. I mean, that's no. I don't think I heard
like he, it's the slums is something that Wiggle started, but Dark Gift got it, and then it was just his channel. Like if you want to be like, hey, you gotta be cool with Dark Gift if you want to get in the slums. I mean, technically, yeah, because it's his channel. Like you can't be a dick to Dark Gift and then not get a link onto the slums. But it's like to say that's like your first step into Comicsgate or your first, spot, or whatever, no, people are doing all kinds of Comicsgate shit and that have nothing to do with Dark Gift at all.
I've never
Reaper, Bancroft,
Yep.
that dude that did the shit with the Reaper shit, Joe
Sontag.
Sontag.
Yeah.
The Barton brothers, the Diaz brothers, Fowler. Like, there's a whole bunch of people who like didn't go through the quote unquote slums because it's just one channel.
Oh God, Edwin's saying you have to spend a week sleeping on Finatra's mattress to join the slums. Oh God!
Good Lord.
Wait a minute, is that a trick question, Edwin? Because what mattress? What do you?
Zing.
It's a mattress. It's the mattress right after he just pissed on it.
Well, didn't he get a? Well, he said he got an air. He was on the other day, man.
Yeah, he got an air mattress, but then he said he's going to pull out a knife and stab it, Chris. He couldn't. He want to humble himself, get back on the floor.
Shit. Oh,
I mean, I guess. Also, if you fall asleep smoking a cigarette, like you're like on borrowed time,
Yeah.
I just disclaimer what I said earlier. Just kidding, DG. Don't kill me.
Oh yeah, Chris, I need to ask you a question. Pizza or tacos?
Oof. I mean, that's almost like what mood are you in
if you were in a cross-like setting at a table of 12, pizza or tacos?
I would say probably pizza.
Tacos.
Okay, thank God. See, I got it right. Y'all doubted me. See, Chris, we had to modify your picture because YouTube got big mad because there was a drawing of a certain thing in your avatar, and YouTube didn't like that. But then I won the appeal, so technically I think we're safe and fine. But then I was asking YouTube, I'm like, wait a minute, if I show a drawing of a gun, like that's literally a drawing of his avatar in the table, right? Like, but if I pull his comment up on stream and highlight it, am I going to get struck because he's brandishing a weapon? Like, is it like a Dario situation? Like, what am I supposed to do?
In that picture you're referring to, maybe they could have like a plate of tacos while I'm holding the pizza. It's the best of both worlds.
Raptor, may I point
Come
out
on,
the chat? May I point out the chat agrees with me on the thing tacos?
Well, look, I mean, I make great tacos, but like a table that big, like I'm like,
God damn,
you know.
I mean, Tex did just say you just fucking backstab tacos. That's fucked up. Damn.
Shit. Well, you can make taco pizza. How about that? They do have taco pizza.
You son of a bitch.
Just saying.
All right, Mugen, you got some stuff to work with. Mugen was quick on it. He fixed it real quick and made sure we followed all the rules here.
Taco pizza might be the way to go. Yeah, that might be the way to go.
Yeah. What do you mean, Shifter, if it wasn't the Last Supper? Come on!
Hail the chat, by the way.
It's like the final last meal. Like, what would you rather have, pizza or tacos?
I'm still pissed off you got struck over that. That was so
pretty
stupid.
gay. It was. It was the reaction of everyone else is what got me. But it's funny. Once I got struck, they kind of changed their tone about us striking channels. It was like, oh wait, he got struck.
Everybody
too?
but Liam.
Well, yeah, except Liam. He's still LARPing as an emo right now, trying to his dark emo phase. But yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
let's hope he doesn't start cutting himself.
Oh, we don't want to go there. He's already tried that before.
Well, if you're going to go emo, isn't that what they do?
No.
I don't want him to hurt himself. I don't want him I don't want him to hurt himself. I don't want him to hurt his family. I just
not at all. I just wanted to quit being crazy on the internet. Is that too much?
Yeah. Stop lying.
We all hate him. We don't hate you, bro. I don't think maybe I can't speak for everybody, but nobody really hates the dude. It's just like we've all tried to help him out, give him advice over the years. I mean, I don't know.
We used to be his own mods, Chris. We used to back his shit.
I know. Well,
And now we're the bastards.
No. We're anti-CG, right, Matt?
He just needs to stop.
Asking for your product is apparently anti-CG. That's amazing.
You're right. Yeah.
He just needs to stop tripping all the time.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
calm down.
Yellow Flash, Ethan, me, Matt, Raptor. I mean, we've all said basically the same thing. Pan, I could go on. The list goes on. There's a ton of people who've told him, dude, just chill out. Don't take it so seriously. But like every day he's coming out with these new stories. They're being hacked. He's got floods and I heard something like his dog got killed or something.
Oh God, Chris, I wasn't gonna say it, but he said it.
I know.
Poor dog.
Well, if that's true, it does. But like unfortunately, he comes up with all these cockamamie stories where it's like you don't even know what to believe anymore.
Well, don't worry, Chris. I mean, there's a good fundraiser right now. You can go spend $200 on a hand puppet by Ripoffverse, and he's going to give money to the doggos. So there you go.
I don't. Why would you
give
pay $200 for that? Have you seen the size of those puppets? They're like little tiny puppets, and they're like a pack of.
Oh yeah, you can get them on $35 for Amazon, and we're going to break that story tonight. It's good stuff.
Wait a minute, now he's selling his puppets.
Matt, it's so stupid. He is selling 10 Eric Julizes, because autism. He's selling 10 of them with added hair for $200 a piece. Matt.
I want this as a puppet.
That's stupid.
God.
Really?
That'd be a fucked up. I mean, really, they need to make it. We need to get them fighting. That would be a half frog, just a frog with 2 teeth, a wonky eye. Just put googly eyes up there.
The janky
Frog-saken.
Frog-saken. That's good.
But yeah, man, the grift is real. He's trying to sell the puppets for $200.
$200 plus shipping.
They're on Amazon for $35. I could go buy some $35 of puppets and throw some hair on them and sell them for $50. And like, what are you doing?
Jeez.
So dumb, man.
It's funny because there seems to be a CG fire sale going on right now, just like, 4th of July, 40% off. Oh, what? You just
saw
backed the
that.
Cyberfrog book? Go fuck yourself, 40% off.
Oh, you're still waiting for your head sketch that you haven't got from the tier you
Go
backed
fuck
almost
yourself.
40
eBay sale, 40%
Yeah.
off.
It's like, God.
Oh, wait, you paid $25 for a beanie and now you can get all 4 for $15? Go fuck yourself, fire sale, bitches.
Oh,
Woo!
man. I know.
Everything must go.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I saw that.
Man, I'm not even joking. You remember
No,
the,
yeah,
the
yeah.
campaign sale that he had? The $25 beanies, had 4 of them. Well, now you can buy all 4 for $15.
All 4.
Go fuck yourself. Buy them.
Right?
That
They
is
were,
insane.
Yeah, they were 25 a piece. So, like, you're talking $100 versus $15.
Like 30, 40 with shipping it all together, and then now you paying
Right.
15 for all 4. How bad is it? How bad is Ethan's gambling addiction? He has to just fire sell everything just to get some more gambling monies. It's fucked up.
I always throw it out there that somebody should take like all the CG books that the Kings have made, and you know how you can look up like comic books for free on certain websites. So they have like all these books you can read, old books you can read for free, and put them on the web for free so people can just read them without buying them.
Well, that would suck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just kind of like.
Well, Kirk brought it up in the chat. Didn't the Brightweisters, remember, was it Red Rooster? Didn't they do the same shit? They got into the mainstream stores and shit, and then people were still waiting for their perks, and they were already selling them for cheaper in the store. It's like, God damn it, what the hell? Yeah. So much for the fans. Respect the fans. Yeah.
A lot of that
It's
is
not
late.
respect the fans, dude. These are mainstream refugees, dude. These aren't customers.
Yep, they came in off.
This is a customer movement. Yeah, it was
Mm.
like it's a customer movement, not
a
I don't
creator
know.
movement. I hate this. Well,
It's not a pro creator refugee movement. Maybe for Ethan, but that's trademark shit. That's not.
No,
everybody.
it's become the EVS's former buddies movement.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, you need creators and you need people to create the content in order to have the customers and the fans and the backers. Like it's kind of a dual symbiotic relationship. But like ultimately, the movement was sparked because people hated being treated like shit. Customers wanted what they wanted, and they felt the mainstream wasn't giving them what they wanted. So when this movement started, whatever you want to call it, that was the basis. Like that was the Bill of Rights, if we were speaking in like
Shit.
that
I'll
was
be right back.
Yeah.
But that was the
Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but that was the basis of everything that this was supposed to be built on, and over time it just kind of,
that's what I was sold on.
That's for most people, especially if you were here back in the day, anywhere from 2018 to 2020. I mean, that was basically right. And then after that, it kind of just every 6 to 12 months, it just kind of you saw the grift setting in and stuff. And
I don't know, but the end of 2024 is when I noticed that metaphorically they were turning those gun turrets onto us instead of the main.
Well, it started getting really. I mean, look. I mean, people in this space have been bitching, and there's been drama in blood sports this whole time. But it really, really took a turn, to me anyway. Somewhere around, I don't know, like that Dungeoneer shit. That was right before like the whole PTP, the Dale Keown pit thing, and then all of a sudden, that kind of really, because remember before that they were all having that big con. Remember they were all sitting Matt was talking about, they were sitting at the table having the dinner, everybody was chilling out, having a good time, right?
Oh,
and
God, then John Malin made the photo and started snapping people away. But speaking of snapping, Chris, did you hear? John Malin has left again. He's gone. He's leaving for 5 days. He's go take care of something with his wife.
The one
someone's got to get settled.
Yeah. Well, no, Chris, it's fucked up. He went live on the Final Jack show. Nobody showed up. And he didn't even have a mic to go live with. The wife even took his mic, Chris. It's fucked up.
That's just cold-blooded.
Wait, what?
Like, I'm not even joking. Go to the last Jack show, Chris. Listen to John Malin. His words sound like he's in a trash can. The wife took the mic, the trophy, the body pillow, the house. It's fucked up. Because he's talking about how he's got to go find the new house. He's got to find the new house because the one he has right now is a little too big for him. Why would it be too big all of a sudden?
All right, so he was the only one on the Jack show?
For a moment, yeah. I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
So
Oh,
is
shit.
he leaving just the Jack show, or is he just leaving you two altogether?
I don't know. I didn't see the show. I'm not this is the first I'm actually kind of hearing about it.
I heard a little bit about it.
Oh yeah, I stopped watching the Jack show. I want to say like years ago. you
Yeah, I
know.
had subbed for it myself, and then anything to do with the CG Kings, because they can all go to hell.
Unless somebody brings something up like just now, I might go back, or if somebody says, "Oh, this happened," I really don't. I don't really bother anymore because it's just kind of a shit show. I kind of liked it more when Kelsey was on there, to be honest, and then he dipped out, and then it kind of just became.
He figured it out. He knew what was.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, he was part of that whole Dungeoneer shit. They were saying he was in there too, and it was like that whole thing was a fucking debacle, and they were just shit talking.
I still think they were set up. I mean, Cecil wanted to go somewhere, and they just happened to be invited, right?
Yeah.
And they get blamed for something Cecil suggested.
Right. Well, I heard it was Patrick's idea, and nobody wanted to do it. And then, of course, Cecil, he was the one who kind of was the catalyst to kind of push everybody to go do it.
Oh, really?
That's kind of what. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard the original. I'm speculating, but from what I've heard, Pat PTP was the one who had the idea and shit, and then everybody was like, "Nah, I'm tired," or like they didn't want to do it. They weren't really feeling it. And then Cecil was the catalyst to be like, no, let's go, let's check it out. And so everybody was like, kind of like, all right, we'll go. And then all of a sudden it got turned into like, like World War fucking III, and that was the beginning for me. Like I said, there's always been drama. There's always going to be shit talking and some sort of blood sport. But I mean, it just, at that point, it was almost like a turning point because they started like that Dungeoneers thing, man. A lot of people were involved with that. Yeah, and then let the phone tap Phil shit, I mean, and then it became a new boogeyman.
They can't use that anymore because then the whole Shane thing. So that's my
right. Well, then it just became, as the sales started to, decline, then it became, pick your enemy. And Ethan was always trying to branch out. He was always trying to be a Gary Neurotic guy. Then he called them all zeros, and then that fucked up. And then he wanted to be a Ripper dude. He'd go on Yellow Flash. Then they had Dick Masterson on, and that all went to hell. And then people chose sides, and then it became, Ethan just went on a fucking a rampage, Yeah. But and so then at some point, Ethan made the decisive decision to be like, I'm going to be a drama guy now. And that's all we've ever seen since, that's basically how it's been. God damn it, KSSS. I'm not the guy trusted name in Lasmat's in the chat. He's the trusted name in the news. Lasmat's our guy. Yeah.
He's the guy that sets the narrative.
I'm just the asshole in the chat that Shane and EBS occasionally bring my name up about, and I have to hear about from other people because I don't watch their streams. And like, they brought you up on the stream today. I'm like, fuck.
Oh no!
I was on Twitter fighting with Liam. Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, well, that came because I was on Matt's stream, and he was EFAP in the Commie Mark stream that Liam did.
Oh no!
I love that clip, man.
I can't understand how Liam says he's all about punk rock and he's so willing to sell out. It's like how can you claim that and you're like the opposite of what
Duh, I'm an idiot.
You would think that punk rock was all about the whole DIY ethic.
Oh man, he's got the worst taste in music I've ever heard. Retro Boy 1983. Oh my god, dude, he listens to the gayest shit. I'm sorry.
Like Blink 182 garbage.
Just shitty crap, pseudo punk crap. Look, that's just my opinion. Oh my god. Dude, those sound clips, man. Fuck. Get me every time.
I'm not fucking his dick. Bro, like, man, shut the fuck up, bro. You don't know fucking nothing. You're a fucking idiot, dog. You're a homosexual. You're fucking gay. Shut the fuck up.
There you go.
I'm just saying, like the thing he claims he's like the opposite of. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, all these guys. I mean, everything they talk about. Whenever you watch these streams, it's like anything they say about anybody else, you could literally hold up a mirror and they're looking at themselves. That's what's so funny about it. That's why we joke about it because it's just asinine. It's absurd. Yeah.
Besides, if he wanted to listen to some actual punk, he'd listen to some hardcore.
You know. Yeah.
Some of them with balls to it.
Well, that is the word. That's a good adjective to use. Like the stuff he listens to, like, oh, I'm a punk. It's like, dude, there's no balls at all in what you're listening to at all. It's
I don't know if that's a good term to use with Liam and talking about balls. But yeah.
Oh, ball. Sorry.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
Oh, he's gonna see this. I guarantee you, we're gonna hear about this. Yeah, this is
good. Good. I want him to see this.
Yeah, you might get a shout out. Yeah. Woo. I like getting shout outs from other people's chats. Yeah.
Yay.
I don't get night letters. Well, I have gotten night letters, but I don't usually get night letters. But I have gotten some in the past.
There's nothing to respect from that guy. I have no respect for that guy. If he stuck to his guns and actually, didn't come crawling back to Comicsgate, like a little bitch, then I'd have more respect for him. But I don't.
Yeah. Liam, he just, he's just desperate for attention and a fan base. He wants to sell books, and look, he's a creator. So in that aspect, I can't blame the guy, right? You want to grow, but
why not build your own fan base?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what John Mann says, right? Everybody should be. But then he's begging people to come to CG. They were just talking about Kenneth Rocafort.
Yeah,
like, backing away. And it's like, well, Ken does his own thing. Like, why are you guys shitting on him for not joining you guys? He grabbed an oar.
Another thing I got a problem with is they want you to, for them to promote your book, they want you to kiss their ass.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got to bend the knee and kiss the ring.
You promote our stuff, and then we'll eventually promote you.
Yeah, that seems like
if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Like, how about if I just promote me the whole time?
Yeah.
It's just stupid. I mean, I hate to call them smaller creators. It's creators with a smaller fan base. That's kind of how I look at it. But to have these big dudes. But I mean, to have somebody like
we got breaking news. Liam has been flagged.
Wait, what?
He has been flagged for multiple videos. Oh, no.
Did somebody do it? Do you know if somebody did it?
Oh, no. Liam talked about flagging people and starting a war, and now the war has... Oh, shit.
Womp, womp, womp. Womp, womp, womp. Wasn't me.
Suck it.
Wasn't me.
FAFO. Right? FAFO.
FAFO. Wasn't me, though.
Nope, not me.
Watch, he'll get that fixed and he'll come back and go, we shouldn't flag people's channels. That's wrong.
Oh, God, he's saying he's on some kind of truth spree because otherwise, why would the videos get struck?
Oh,
clearly, they don't want you to know the information.
Truth
here we go.
spree.
Tinfoil hat time.
He told it what they don't want you to see.
What?
Yeah, he's going conspiracy theory now.
Listen, I'm just going to say it. We got to act like this motherfucker's DED. He's got to just not exist anymore. We got to kill him. We got to play it at his own game. Like, just don't give him no attention. Just let him go cry in his own little fucking corner of Australia.
Yeah, I know, but it's like we give him no attention. Like, we haven't given him any attention, and then he strikes.
Right.
And it's like, there's a war going on. It's like, dude, finish your book. What are you talking? Stop.
It's like he walked up to you through a ball of paper at you. There's a war going on.
It's poetic justice is really what it is.
But I didn't strike his shit.
No, none of us did.
What? All right.
So Liam,
you were amazing, guys. Keep it coming. Keep it going.
Yeah. Also, where's that book, Liam? You got all these distractions going on. Don't think we've forgot about your late ass book. You know, the one that every time you look at, you think of your artist and you start to cry, like Shane Davis, because you're a woman and you're incapable of like finishing what you actually started. But yeah, let the internet remember you as you are, Liam, a liar.
A person who claims he has success but had to use someone else's money to do it.
Wait a minute, was that a helicopter just fly over? Is that? Oh shit!
Yeah, I sent my helicopter guy your way.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So did you find out on Twitter or something, or?
Oh no, he's live right now. He's
Oh, he's going off. Oh shit. Yeah, I unsubbed from him, so I don't. Yeah, he's another one. I don't.
He had
really
his
watch.
4 hours of sleep, so he's ready to go.
Yeah, I subbed to him for a little bit, and then he started talking stupid shit. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna watch this every day. So I unsubbed quickly.
I was a part of the banning, so I got banned over there. So I'm like, oh fuck you! I ain't watching your shit no more. People,
what's this? The sniper got sniped.
Yeah. Oh, I did it. I mean, it was kind of a coordinated effort. Like a bunch of us went in his chat one day, and he just started banning like everybody. You could say hi, Liam, and if you banned, gone.
I tried so hard to get banned from his chat. I started talking shit. I came in and I started talking shit, and he just skipped my comments and went to the next ones. It's like what do I have to do to get banned on your?
No, it's funny, man. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I try to be a nice guy. I might not agree with people. I don't think, I don't know what he got flagged or banned. Well,
he got struck for a policy. Or hang on, he just said it. Let me hang on. I'll repeat his own words. Privacy. He got struck for a privacy violation, and otherwise it wouldn't have got struck unless he said something true. Because clearly it had to be struck if what he said was true. So I don't know. It's stupid. I'm still trying to figure it out. Damn it.
So by his own logic, the channels that he strikes, he struck them because they said something true.
Which is insane.
No. God damn it. Nobody listens. Liam got struck.
Yeah, I know.
Liam. He has nothing to do with it's his words he said was truth, and someone got mad that he said the truth, so they struck him down because of said truth.
Right. The privacy part is what gets me, because I'm like, okay, well, what's privacy? You know what I mean? It's like, all right, well, all right.
I think he's making it up as he goes.
That's the thing. It's like,
I was using Liam's logic to apply that to the videos that he struck. You see? He says that he got struck because he said something true. Well, then all the videos that he struck were because they said something true about him.
Wait a second. Now I'm getting reports that Yellow Flash is deeply involved in this. Clearly, it was a strike by Yellow Flash and his team, Team Yellow. Hell, Team Yellow, by the way. What?
Somehow I don't believe Yellow Flash is behind that. Somehow.
But from the way he's talking, he might have gave out some personal information in the video, which would cause someone to. Maybe he doxed someone. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to what we were talking. Well, remember if an individual strikes you, YouTube tells you who it was. So if Liam doesn't say who did it, right? So like he wants to talk all this shit. I'm like, okay, if it's not a community guideline strike, which is a generic strike by YouTube, that means somebody struck you. Mm-hmm. And you've proved, we've seen multiple receipts of people proving who strikes who. When it's
crazy, Chris. YouTube will actually send you a copy of the who struck you and tell you what you can do to go about to fix it. Instead of going on Twitter or YouTube and crying about it like a bitch, you can actually fight back and appeal it and not be a pussy. It's crazy, Chris. Like they actually give you the tools to like be a YouTuber.
It's almost
instead
like
of a victim.
Process.
It's insane.
There's a process.
Plot twist. It was me. Just kidding.
Yeah. It was Timothy Olsen in the library.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh my God. Well, this is breaking news. So this happened, I guess, today, right? Like
apparently 24 minutes ago. He just went live.
Oh man. Poor guy. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
He needs to have like violin music playing in the background, playing like a really sad song. Today, I was struck.
Wait, apparently he's using false flag tactics. The Yellow Flash crew. Hell Team Yellow, by the way. What?
I
Well,
was just feeding a bunch of poor orphan kids when they struck me. Sorry.
Well, it sounds
Oh,
like
it's to take on opposing voices or people that mock Yellow Flash. Yeah, because Yellow Flash is always talking about Liam. Like, oh my god, he just never shut the fuck up about Liam. Wow.
That's
Oh,
interesting
Huh.
because doesn't he strike people who talk crap about Comicsgate?
Who?
Liam, or doesn't he go after people who talk crap?
no,
about
he strikes people who talk shit about him more than
Oh.
anything. Specifically him.
Pacifically
Yeah,
and
specifically.
Atlantically.
Yeah. Well, again, it sounds like Yellow Flash is not the individual doing this striking, and now Liam is claiming that it's his minions. Okay, again, show the receipts, show the screenshots. When you're struck, they tell you.
But wait, Chris, what you're missing is Yellow Flash is giving these people head pats, and that is inspiring these people in the community to strike. I don't even God damn it, Liam! I can't even buy this shit. What the fuck are you even saying?
The mental bridges he's trying to build.
Yeah. Because like so many people in Liam's community.
Do you mind pulling it up for us?
Wait, what the Liam thing?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet Jesus!
You might have to put up your filter for it, right?
Shields up.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
shields up.
Technically, I've got to leave in like 5 minutes, Matt. So you might want to pull it up. That way, I wouldn't have to like.
All right, give me the link.
Unshare to unshare. Yeah. Okay.
Give me the link.
Yep.
Shields up.
This is original artwork.
Yeah, that's a smart.
I do not get permission in showing or sharing any of this. Give me the link. Here we go.
Also, apparently, it's in the prop chat. Also, apparently, we're getting information that this was a strike from Yellow Flash's crew for head pats, Matt. They struck Liam for head pats for privacy or some. I don't know. It's pretty stupid.
This guy's live right now.
Yes. He only had 4 hours of sleep, Matt, and he just had to go live.
Because the voices told him to get up.
Well, I'm sure he's been coping. I'm sure this didn't just happen. He's probably been coping and seething about it for a while.
What they don't want you to see. What?
Super serious.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, sweet. Hit the dick!
Hit the dick! All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. The fuck is this dude saying?
It's gonna be a wild one.
I'm gonna cough violently for a moment, and then we're gonna get into.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. First up, shout out to Alfonso.
Yeah, I'm about to cough violently too off these moon rocks. Hey,
Dennis. Good to see you. Next up, everyone start going, grabbing your recording software. Record this video.
Wait, what?
Record this video, ladies and gentlemen. I want it all backed up all over the interwebs. This is probably going to be my last.
All over the interwebs.
Oh no, it's his last one again.
Like he's going to quit again for like the 50th time.
Oh
God. How you doing? We're going to be talking about some stuff. We're going to be talking about some stuff that's going on. First, I'm going to just play the clip that I've been struck for.
Transformation.
This is what is a privacy violation, ladies and gentlemen. Allegedly, this is a privacy violation.
That's what I got struck with.
Are you ready?
Huh.
Clip, snip. Yeah, I want this backed up.
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't put it on your channels because I don't want other people getting struck, but I want it backed up for prosperity. Let's get to it. Let's find out what it's about.
Liam,
let's find out what an insane person actually thinks.
Things I shouldn't have, and I've been held accountable for it since.
Yeah.
He's damaged my reputation, damaged people's opinion of me, and I've repeatedly tried to get along with people. But the issue isn't, I feel, me. If we go and look at Raptor Jesus, who recently just claimed that I struck his
shout out.
He provided no evidence of that at all.
I talked about this. You didn't do that, did you?
Wait. What did he just say?
I heard your name.
I struck his channel. but I didn't. Isn't I feel me. If we go and look at Raptor Jesus, who recently just claimed that, you know, I struck his channel, but I
Bullshit.
didn't. He provided no evidence of that at all.
Yeah, no, that's a damn lie. So what I did is I sent Liam his own words because we done had the receipts that we done figured out who struck my channel. It was YouTube. Wasn't real hard to figure out because we showed a picture of a gun. So I messaged Liam because he went on the next day after I got struck and claimed, oh, yeah, it was me and my crew. And then shortly after the clip, he says, of course it wasn't. So I say, well, gee, Liam, why did you say this? Are you lying to your chat? Are you lying to the people that you're telling that you're striking me? You're sending your people after? Because we know it's a lie. I already have the receipts that show who did it, Liam. So I never blamed you not one time. Does nobody read words anymore or understand? Like, I know Liam's insane, but like...
No. You hit
Words
on
are hard.
Because you streamed about it, you posted it on Twitter, you know he saw the stream and saw it on Twitter. This proves how much of a fucking liar he is. So he'll know, and he'll just actively just sling shit. That's what he's doing right now.
He can't help but
doesn't make sense.
lie. I
Yeah, it's
never
like
said that.
Yeah, Raptor, you didn't show receipts because you
You
didn't
absolutely
make that
did.
allegation.
Actually, hang on. I'll pull up that receipt that I did send.
You know what
This
I'm
is
saying?
hilarious.
Yeah, but you didn't accuse Liam. You were saying that it was the AI, and then you showed
Exactly.
receipts for the AI.
This is how we learned about the community guidelines strike and not an individual striking you, right?
Will you have to open up the Liam files and start reading DMs?
Unreal. This
No,
guy.
I'm good.
You know, you'll see that
like
this
he's
is a
tapping
repeated
himself.
pattern of behavior around these people that are surrounding me, these people that feel like they were betrayed by me somehow. When I was brought on to Kings, I sort of promised myself that I wouldn't lose the voice of other people. I was going to try and pull people back together. I
got that receipt, man.
about this when I first came back to Comic Scat. I said, hey, I made a monster and I want to try and fix it. I want to get everyone back together. I want
show it wherever you want.
Try and work things out. I want to
do you want to pause it for 1 second so we don't
to
lose him?
having a good time again because everyone.
Okay, 1 sec. So here we go. Pull this up. This is my words to Liam on the Twitters because I called him out the day he was saying this shit. And there's my DM. I said, Liam, because I have your words saying different. So which is it? Are you out here striking channels again? Or are you out here lying to your audience for head pats because you're going through some emo dark koala transition? Wait, yeah. You can't say you are and then turn around and say it's a bit. But no shit. I know you or no one else in CG tried to strike me. Wait, what was that? Was that my own words saying no shit? I know you or no one else in CG tried to strike me? Wow, Liam, read words next time. Because I have the emails with YouTube telling me who did. It's not hard to figure this shit out. But keep escalating things, Liam. But this is really getting stupid. Your move. And here's his move. To lie about what I said to him. Once again. Lying Liam, folks.
Even though anybody can see that tweet right there.
The emails.
It was a reply to his. Because he said, I never issued a strike against you, idiot. And I said, yeah, no shit. When I replied to him. And I even showed him the receipt of his own words right here. Wait, was it right? It was up there anyway. But I showed the receipt in the reply with the YouTube link of Liam's word claiming he did. But then I also said it right here. No shit. What a lying piece of shit.
Yep.
And he knows he's lying.
He'll
say always the victim.
He'll say and do anything just for a little bit of a head pats from EVS and his crew.
Well, I mean, Tim, listen, his daddy is a victim. His family is a victim. I'm talking about CG, right? Like, he learned it from dad, right?
Right.
I just
Learned it from watching you, Dad.
Boy,
what a fucking idiot. Just put out your book, Liam. Jesus Christ.
At each other's throat, I feel like it's my fault. And, he was not happy that I was still affiliated with War Campaign. I still thought that they were a member of the backing community.
That's good stuff.
And because he was deeply he was deeply in contact with Mike S. Miller and Smiller and Edwin and those guys.
I've already seen this.
And that's sort of the camp he was in. You know,
Is he saying I was?
Yes.
I rarely talk to Mike and Edwin.
As I infringe upon these people's privacy, apparently, allegedly. So there's privacy strike 1. That's the first timestamp. Let's continue.
It's been a bit of a nightmare. For the last several years, I've been accused of being a striker. I've struck about 3 people. I've gone into why. Every single time was a violation of my rights, and every single time
a little more than 3
service violation and upheld by YouTube as a decision. So it's not like I'm false flagging as a weapon to try and take people's voices.
How is it a violation?
You have guys like Matt Barr who have shown an unhealthy.
Shout out! Shout out!
I've already watched this in EFAP.
Been struck twice previously by these people. So
Jagdeep Singh, who was the lead moderator for Yellow Flash, who's been largely responsible for
what?
How is it a violation of his rights?
So I hope you're recording all of this. You know, I've been struck twice previously by these people. So when we talk about the strike wars, right?
Nobody's talking about the strike wars,
but worst, right? Liam's the worst. He started all of this. Well, I've been struck twice previously, and now I've been struck. I woke up this morning and I was struck 6 more times by these individuals who claim to be victims. You know, so when people Liam,
wait.
6 more
times. By people who claim to be victims. So CG, is that what he's saying? Ain't nobody over here claiming to be a victim.
Nobody's claiming to be a victim over here.
I contacted YouTube and fought it, Liam. That's not being a victim. Going on Twitter and crying about it, that'd be a victim. I actually fought it. You know, like what we joined this movement to do, to fight this shit, not to get on our knees. And fucking, I swear to God, these blind pieces of shit.
And be like, hey, Liam, people are saying you're a crybaby, blah, blah. I'm like, that's the bit. Do you understand? Like,
oh, it's a bit.
That's the bit.
It's a bit. Being a crybaby is a bit.
Just a bit, folks.
They cause problems. They post underage photos of my kids. They, you know, like, you know.
Wait. Can I say something on that?
They get backpats from each other.
Yeah.
And then
he says underage picture of his kids.
Unforgivable.
Liam, it's the picture
from
your shit. You uploaded it to the internet, and someone reposted it, and then you're going to try to claim a victim that they're posting pictures of underage kids. Liam, you uploaded it, and there's nothing in that picture.
And the person that he struck didn't. The person, me, did not upload that video or that image of his kid. I have no idea what he's talking about.
He's talking about a photo that he reshared on his social media and someone shared it. He's acting like they're sharing some sick shit or something, but it's like, well, Liam, then why'd you put the picture out of you and your kid if you didn't want that getting out there? Because like that came from you and someone reshared it and made a joke about it because it upset you. Like, same thing with Kay and all her shit. If like bitch never wanted this shit to get on the internet, then why did you publicly put it on your shit and was okay when you uploaded it? You uploaded it, Liam, and someone shared it, and then you're claiming victim.
Everything that Katie says she quote unquote got doxxed, which is just ridiculous,
is information the
was
bitch
shit
had
that was
public.
already out there, dude. Yeah. Photos of her and her fucking husband were out there already on her Instagram. That was public because she's doing hair salon shit. So her putting out where her location was fucking public. You know what I mean? It's like you're not going to be like, "Hey, I do hair." You know, where do you do it? Oh, I'm not going to put that on there. Like, of course you're going to like advertise for your location. So there is no. And then she's the one who took it all down after she was like, look up my stuff. Go ahead.
She gave us, she challenged us and said, that's why I've left it up. I'm not afraid.
And why?
And then now all of a sudden you're a victim.
Why? Do you remember why the initial, like, go ahead, look it up? Was because she decided to go start fucking around with the Soka sisters. 2 women who have nothing to do with her. 2 other women who she should be like, oh yeah, go for it. You're 2 ladies who are writing and you're doing some shit or whatever.
Shit talking,
you know what I mean?
Matt. Shit talking Eric. All the motherfucking clips.
Eric, going all into Eric July, going into Yellow Flash, calling him Yellow Flush, and then like literally talking about her and Frog Tony investigating the Soka sisters, investigating their background, and bringing it all up. And it's like, when you do that, you're fucking asking for it. And she did.
Yeah.
So when she's like, yeah, go ahead and look it up. I don't care. Go ahead and look at it. Like nobody had any idea that it would be that fucking buck wild.
If I remember
crazy, dude.
specifically, she gave 48 hours. Wasn't that the ultimatum? She said, I'll give you a couple days. Anybody could go look. And then the next day she took it right down.
I don't even think she was like an even ultimatum. I think she was like, go for it. I'm not deleting anything. I'm not hiding anything.
I'm not afraid of anything. And then we found a bunch of more fucked up stuff. And she's like, oh, no, now I'm afraid of it. Now I'm a victim.
Then she went crying to Ethan.
But wait a second. I think I do have a clip of Ethan when all that came out. And he said this.
I can help you. And I go, well, I write fanfic about fucking dogs.
Huh.
Sorry.
Yeah, dude.
Get them with their own words, Chris. Their own fucking words.
Yeah,
we got all the receipts.
That's like attacking a beehive and then getting mad that they're stinging you.
Right? Like, don't come on the internet swinging and then expect when people look into you, like you looked into the Soka sisters, that shit was going.
Which was really odd. Like, why are you going after somebody's writer? You know what I mean? It's just so bizarre.
It's so weird. Like, yeah, they're not even a part of this space, really. Right?
Not part of the space. They showed up with some other people, and it's like, why don't you do that with Marvel? Why aren't you doing that with DC? Why are you doing that to another indie person?
Another example of them losing the plot.
Yeah, you've totally lost the plot. You have no idea. You're anti-Comicsgate. You're going after an indie person, not the person that he was going after. Like they might as well be DC Marvel plants.
Right? I mean, could you imagine? I mean, they're over here, attacking all the indie creators. So, I mean, they're doing Marvel's work, getting rid of the competition. The people that was potentially a threat.
No, but we're the problem, Matt. Tim, like we're the problem, apparently.
The customers, yeah.
We're the problem because our morals haven't changed, because our foundations haven't changed.
Mm-hmm.
What a very milkshake thing to say of CG.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else. I want to hear what this guy is. It's like
they say is
he's been striked 6 times, dude. Like what? Like how are you even streaming then right now?
I know.
Wait a minute, Matt. Can you? That's a good point.
I've never done anything.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's a good point. YouTube will punish you if you get struck until your shit gets sorted out. So how the fuck is he even streaming right now?
He's lying again.
6 strikes? Yeah, dude. They would be like, dude, who
lying
the fuck is this guy?
Again.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's a good point.
Yep.
How'd you beat it, Liam? How'd you get over those 6 strikes and able to go live? Because when I got struck down by YouTube, it wasn't until I won my appeal. It was past 24 hours before I could stream again. And YouTube told me it would minimal take 24 hours to work the shit out after I did.
Even Katie did said that. Like somebody else had like struck her and like she was like, hey, I can't stream. And Malin, like how many strikes did Malin get when he was like, I can't do a live stream for a second?
Right.
Like all of them have had that. Was it 6 strikes or less?
That was one
You're
strike,
right. 1 strike. Yeah, it was like 1 strike. Yeah.
1 strike and you couldn't stream for 24 hours?
Well, guys, you got to understand, everybody's getting strikes right now, and Liam's got to be the main victim here. So getting struck 6 times, that's more appealing, right? Tomorrow it'll be 12 times.
Well,
privacy complaints, I got 2 privacy complaints. But they're not strikes. They were just like, hey, we have a complaint. And it was like, I went to the point in the video, and it was 1 minute into the video where I'm just like reading chats and shit. Like,
you can
see the transcript. Like, wait a minute.
I saw that.
Who am I talking about? So that's, that's false flagging.
You were talking about like 4th of July shit, like or something.
Yeah, dude.
Right?
Hey, happy 4th of July.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
A privacy complaint to some fucking nut.
Unreal. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They're allowed to go out and accuse me of sexual misconduct with employees, which I've never done, right?
Well, you did.
Go out and accuse me of all sorts of shit. If I say,
but you did, Liam.
And Ethan had you on a live stream with Anna, that Star Wars girl, and you sat there while Ethan did that to you, as Anna told you, hey, you can pull up the receipts this way, but you never did, and then now you hate Anna.
Well, he didn't know how to work a computer or remember the excuse he came up with? I was watching that.
I got to go back and find that. Did you find it recently, Chris?
No, but I was watching it that day, and Anna was giving very, very, and look, I'm not here to pull weight for Anna, but she was giving very specific instructions on how to do it.
Yeah, she dumbed that shit down that day. A retard could have done it.
Yeah, and Liam, Yeah, Liam just kept going back to like, I don't know how to work a computer, basically. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's what he did. He played dumb. Yeah, he did. He played dumb. I remember. Yeah.
Didn't he also read the DMs, or did somebody read the DMs of what we said to one of those?
Well, see, Nerd Wonder was on the show. The person that was accused. That's all that happened from, and she showed what was sent to her.
Dude, she just held up her phone. Like it was low tech as fuck. Like there was the camera and she held up her phone and then started scrolling through to be like, see, it's not a fucking Photoshop screenshot. This is all Liam talking. And then here's where he starts getting fucking weird. And then being weird about lots of sex and fucking and money. Good at sex and lots of money or whatever. Like that is sexual misconduct. I'm not saying he molested her or raped her or did anything, but like gooning
those are things you shouldn't be talking to your employee.
Misconduct.
Those are messages you definitely should not be sending to an employee.
If you're like, yo, I want to angle on her because I feel like something's going on, finish the book. Finish the project. In that relationship, and then see if there is something there. Don't angle on a woman or another person when you're paying them.
Also, wait, wasn't
he married at the time? It's extremely fucking inappropriate.
Wasn't he married at the time?
I don't know.
Or was that before the marriage? I can't. It's been a minute.
Married or not, you know what I mean? He could be fucking single as fuck, and thirsty as shit. But like, still, like, you gotta wait if you're gonna angle on that shit.
Didn't somebody say they wanted to be the Comic Skate HR the other day? What would Comic Skate HR think of those messages, Liam?
Wasn't it?
I know. Ethan said he was the Harvey Weinstein of fucking Comic Skate. That's pretty fucking hardcore.
He said it. I remember that.
Damn.
There was a clip of it on Twitter the other day too, and it's like, see, there's fucking. Shit. That's the start of the sex pest. Is somebody like, yeah, he's a fucking psycho.
That's how Shane and Malin got into the CG Kings. He has a casting couch.
Oh my god.
They didn't bend the knee. They just bent over.
They didn't bend the knee. They spread the cheeks.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Ew.
Ooh, brother. Ooh.
Ew, brother. Ew.
Ew. Goddamn. No.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. It's gross, dude. But that's some pizza party shit. No, thank you.
Right. That's behind the pizza parlor type stuff, right? Going on.
Yeah. Hey,
so
look at these people over here and what they keep saying about me, and it's not true. I lose my channel. I lose my right to speak. This is about controlling the narrative to these people.
While he tries to take other people's.
Is on side with them is being led along like an idiot. So this will be the death of my channel, but it will not be the end of my legal action.
Liam, you started this Strock War, you idiot.
Yeah.
I could have gone and deleted all of this video and
he's already deleted all the other videos, little bitch.
Back on and hid like a little coward.
So did Malin. Malin deleted all
Ozzy Rambo.
I'm not going to let other people control what I can and cannot say. Hold on, I'm going to cough violently again. Just one moment.
He's about to
keep starting the Strock War, Liam. Keep promoting your Strock War.
I don't care.
Keep striking channels.
Right to my privacy. I've got a right to tell people.
It's working out great.
And then he gets struck, and then he's a victim. Just like Shane Davis.
Oh my god.
Well, this might be the last video. This might be my last video. Watch you. He's going to stream in a couple hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they have been doing this for a while now, not just to my channel, but to many, many other people.
No, Liam, you're LARPing to yourself.
To what's going on, and I will be.
It's YouTube. You idiot.
Pulling it straight out of his ass right now.
Yep.
I guess we just wait and see what happens now, because
just like his book.
This is like an Oreo. This is like a double stacked Oreo cookie. We got double Liam right now.
Exploiting the YouTube.
When you're the sole participant in a Strock War, seek help.
Are perpetual victims that strike out against other people and then claim to be the ones that are targeted.
Wait! Do you hear what he just said? Can you back that up?
On the things that they have done to me, they will strike me.
We're the perpetual victims.
Yeah, provides evidence.
This motherfucker double speaking.
Claim to be the ones that are targeted. If I even report on the perpetual victims that strike out against other people and then claim to be the ones that are targeted, If I even
claim to be
things done to
targeted.
me, they will strike me.
Who?
And then these same people will turn around and say Liam never provides evidence of anything that he says. When every single time I try to do so, I get struck for it.
You're
See,
still
dude,
not providing.
He tries
dude,
to do so.
this the again, it's the vagueness. It's this
Right.
bullshit vagueness where it's like, I'm like, yo, man, show me receipts where you're accusing me of criminal fraud. Show me where you got that proof. He doesn't have receipts.
I don't
Right.
want.
But then with Raptor, it's like, hey, I went down to the police station and the lady talked to me. That's receipts. So I now have receipts. So he gets vague where he's like, these fucking people, they're always asking for receipts. I showed them receipts that one time. They don't even care. And it's like, no, going down, like, that doesn't count for everything. Like,
That was not a receipt. That was
yeah,
bullshit.
well, he keeps it so vague that you're like,
Yeah,
wait a minute,
yeah.
who are you talking about? Are you talking about Raptor in this breath? Or are you talking about
Right.
me in this breath? Or are you
Right.
blaming somebody else? It's constantly changing who he's focusing on.
His receipts
Yep.
are a lot like when somebody just grabs a receipt off the ground or out of the garbage and then claims it's their receipt.
Does he even have that? I don't even think he even fucking has that, dude.
Matt, according to him, anything that's said about him on a stream or anything, it's criminal, right? Everything's criminal. This is all criminal. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Ethan's the biggest criminal of them all. Look at Shane. I mean, they all. It's just he just talks right out of his fucking ass, dude.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow. Does he think everywhere else operates the same as Australia?
I don't know, but he says he's in here in the comic skate to help people, and so far he's been back for a couple of years. I haven't seen him help anybody.
Well, when he was banning me, he said, when he was kicking me on that stream that day, when he was banning me, he said, "I tried to help you." I'm like, "What? I don't make books. What are you trying to fucking help me with? What the fuck?"
I tried to help you
Like,
by
what is
getting
he
your
doing?
bank info.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, you weren't bending the knee. He was trying to help you bend the knee.
He's like, "I tried to help you." I'm like, "Help me do what? What the fuck? You didn't give me a
Wait,
refund.
did you have a book?
That would have helped me."
Did you have a book that was,
Yeah,
from Ethan? You know what I mean? He was like, I tried to help you by talking to Ethan for you. Like, what?
Oh yeah, he was going to be the arbiter. Remember, he was going to be the bridge between us and Ethan and get everything fixed. Yeah, Liam did a lot of good work on
He
that.
wanted to gatekeeper. He wanted to be
Well, he
the
says
little
a
weird
bunch of
fat
shit.
gatekeeper. It's so weird.
He always says stuff like, come to, like, not to me, but like creators, and like, come to me, I'll help you out, I'll help you do this. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, who are you? No offense. Who the fuck are you? Who are you helping? You can't even help yourself. Right? I mean, give me a break. I don't know. Fuck that guy.
He's
So,
like the
apparently my job is to be an endless punching bag and an endless victim
Yes.
of defamation and abuse.
LOL cow.
Against it. If I ever try and have an honest conversation with you guys about what's going on, then that's bad.
Honest conversation by
recently,
striking channels. Yeah.
A group of local Aboriginals were contacted, regarding racism, regarding how I'm a bigoted racist.
What?
And that's caused quite a deal of
Wait,
grief.
what?
It's required things being negotiated. Now, as people know, I'm I helped do.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
Yeah. He's just about to say he's helping somebody. He always helps everybody, apparently.
Yeah, no. There's a local Aboriginal tribe that have been contacted regarding his racism, and they're now having problems. Is that what he just said?
I think so, man.
Oh God.
Outreach for the Aboriginal community, and all throughout the North Coast. Back down when I was in Grafton, I released a video with Aboriginal elders coming out saying that Liam was not a racist, is not a bigot.
Aboriginal elders
put us up. He helped out.
Show me photos of that.
They've decided they're going to cause more
what?
problems with me for the tribes in Queensland now.
Show me photos of
Which
that,
has led to some stress, and that's currently being dealt with, negotiated with by the tribes in New South Wales. They're in communications, trying to get things sorted out.
But is this Liam being real, or is this the bit part?
We need a transplant, dude. We need a fucking
They'll take the
transplant.
things that other people have said in Comicsgate and try and present it as like hate crimes, and present it to other groups of indigenous people.
That's hate
crimes. Them that I am.
That's some conspiratorial crap right there. That's like tinfoil hat material.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like somebody's going to go out of their way to contact Aboriginal tribes to tell them that somebody they probably never met before is a racist.
It sounds so ridiculous when you.
It's retarded on every level.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Dude.
you said that to these, they'd probably say, "Who?"
Yeah, who the fuck? What? Yeah.
Wasn't he raised by him or something? Or is that just one of the odd backstories?
Yes, they were raising a herd of. I mean, a group of pigs.
Dude.
And he was born out of that. And that's
what if poor Liam? What if poor Liam Gray is like the nexus? Like he's like the tangle point of like multiple timelines and dimensions.
He's
so
the
like
connector.
Yeah, like, but it's like it's not a good thing because it's like everything he says is true but not true. You know what I mean? Where it's
every
just
other
like
reality
I'm living
hates him.
in a fucking, you know,
in an alternate dimension.
Yeah, he's like in this like weird resurrective energy, and he doesn't realize it. But like he steps one way, and it's like, you know,
So
everything
like,
he says is true. Then he takes another step in another direction, and it's all false. Then you know what I mean? So he's not sure where he is at any moment.
So what you're saying is every other reality hates him.
Well, there's realities where he is the shit, like where he is the Stanley, and nobody cares that he's making bullshit copycat manga instead of a American comics or whatever. But it's like he's like hanging out with Fukijimi Yakarama or whoever the fuck he wants to suck off.
So there was a reality, Chris, where he did help you, and then he stepped one way.
Yeah.
He talked to a Chris from another reality, which is you. So.
That's right. Yep.
There's also a reality where his email to Ethan's wife came true, where Ethan died and he moved in with Andrea and took care of her.
It's true. Yep. I remember.
Like he offered.
Yep. That happened. That timeline
exists. There's a reality where he has lots of money and he's good at sex.
And he drank that full bottle of vodka. He drank that full bottle of vodka in one sip.
Yeah, all of it's kicking off inside him, and so he doesn't even realize. So he's upset because he's waking up and breathing in different fucking realities all the time, and he's just like, wait a minute,
God.
This just fried his brain.
Yeah,
he's got two balls in the other reality.
Oh,
yeah.
And there's a reality where there's an evil raptor.
Yeah, there's a reality where he did write Slimed, and then there's a reality where he didn't tell Mike and Dark Gift that he wrote it, and that it's like
right. Yeah. He denied writing it, but he really wrote it.
You need to make an avatar for Dark Raptor.
I swear
there's a reality where
or pays attention to the things I do.
He paid Yuka for all the money that he owed her, and then he woke up one morning and found that he was in a reality where he hadn't paid her shit.
Wait, no, you have Devil Raptor, but you don't have Dark Raptor.
Oh yeah, there's probably a reality where there's like a goateed raptor and a goateed Matt Barr,
We have none of the receipts.
Yeah, we're actually doing everything that he says. We actually have like a giant warehouse with like photos of Liam and all this red yarn everywhere. Like we've just been manipulating his whole life. Like we are part of this
helicopters and spears to throw into his yard.
He is the chosen. Like Liam is the chosen born. Like he was first saved by dingoes. People thought that he was being stolen, but they were really just saving him from us.
Oh God!
I'm trying to
I got a jet. I gotta go. Help
all right, man.
So I'll see y'all not. Have a good one. Hell, buddies.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks for the
someone who hates them based on the color of their skin.
Yeah.
It's bad. Carpet, statement. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. They do this to remove you from having any sort of legal defense against criminal trespass against you. But these same people have absolutely no adversity, are not averse in any way to using those same tactics against everyone else, and have been and are doing so. As of this point, there are 3 different channels that have been completely wiped off the internet, completely scrubbed, right? And the creators have had to start again. I'm about to be number 4. Then there are, I think it is 9 at this point that have been struck. And it is a tactic that is being used by underhanded people, snakish people, who are conspiring together to do harm to Comicsgate, to do harm to me. Hold on, I've got to cough again.
Is he
doing
claiming
harm to
he's
him, doing harm to the Comicsgate? See, he's like pulling an Ethan tactic where it's like, if you're doing some shit to me, you're doing shit to Comicsgate. Like, you're not connected to Comicsgate. You're a fucking kook.
You're just another EVS ball licker.
Well, didn't he get booted from the whole Kings thing? And now all of a sudden, because like this is all coming up, Ethan brought him back into the fold. It's amazing how Ethan does that too. He just throws him away, and then he brings him back, and Liam comes scrambling back,
He's
and he
being
throws
like
him
the
away.
ultimate victim. He's like being like
Yeah.
the ultimate victim right now.
He has no self-respect. He's so willing to he has no integrity.
Dignity, right? Yeah, all
So
of those. Yeah.
He's willing to sell out at the drop of the hat.
Yep. And you know, if anything, it's a self-defeating purpose because most people can see through all that bullshit. They, like I said, they keep him around because he's LOL cow. That's what he's known as. He's not known as like this serious. He calls himself like the #1 indie Australian comic guy or some shit. It's like, dude, it's not how people look at you, man. And I'm not trying to. Well, I am shitting on him, but I'm not trying to shit on him. I'm telling it like it is.
That's crazy because what about the Barton brothers?
Well, Bancroft.
Yeah, dude, I'm going Bancroft, the Barton brothers. Like, there's like several other people who are fucking crushing it more than he is, dude.
Remember was it the Bancroft bump? You went on a show and if you're promoting and crowdfunding, you got more backers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do we forget?
We don't, and that's the problem. That's why people like Ethan and Liam, they don't like us because we don't forget this shit, man. We hold people accountable, you know. And like you were saying, Matt, we haven't changed. That's the thing. We stick to what we stick to.
Yeah.
We stick to what we always were. And these people like to flip flop, throw shit around, play the victim, play these fucking, I hate to say it, reindeer games. And it's like, fuck you. We call you out, and oh, we're anti-CG. Well, you know, I'll tell you what. If Ethan, and I've always said this, you know, it's the behavior. I don't, you know, you could talk about the late books, you could talk about the quality of the art. Those are all very debatable, subjective topics to talk about. I get it. And I get the frustration with the late books. Believe me, I get it. But for me, it's always been the bad behavior. This is supposed to be a place where everybody could come together, everybody can network, everybody could, you know, grow. And the whole thing was supposed to just be fucking better than what it is, man. And it's like, who do we blame for that? It's not the small independent or the creators with the smaller audiences. You can't blame them. They're the ones who are trying to gain a foothold. So who else? Who's left to blame? It's the people at the top. They're the ones who control the dominoes. They knock it all down. You know, Ethan says it himself all the time. I could create you or I could break you. I mean, he does it every fucking night now. Like I said, it's
people
a new villain.
People come and go. People come and go. Get out of my movement. Get out of my movement.
You know what? I've actually he can't. He you know honestly, if people don't, he can't make shit. He wants people to think he does.
Right. Right.
He's just a washed up creator.
Ultimately, you're right. I think you're right. Like, none of those people were canceled or anything like that, but he wants to create that narrative, you know, and you know, it's just, it doesn't work. It falls flat on people. I mean, it might work on the Katie Did crew and the Riley crew and the Mint Jizz Salad crew. Right. And they just take it all verbatim, or the anti-Ripper people or whatever. I mean, what the fuck, you know.
And honestly, that's the only reason why they can spin that narrative is because they got people who blindly follow and just kind of just parrot everything they say. It's sad, really.
No, it is. Yeah, well, that's why we call it a cult. And you know, look, if Ethan changed his behavior, and so that's back to my point. Like, if he changed his behavior, try to make up with people, it's never going to happen. I know, but like, you know, at this point, if you got rid of Ethan, John, and Shane and Mandy, I'd be cool with CG. I'm not anti-CG. It's just I don't like them. It's like you were saying, Matt. You can have problems with creators, but they take it, and now they're turning it around like it's us. So it's like, I don't know, dude. I'm not backing any of your fucking books, so fuck off. That's all I know, you know.
If everybody were to leave like tomorrow, he'd go back to being, hey, I'm Comics Pro Secrets. I'm for the, you know, the independent creator and not so much himself. He'd go back to be kissing all of our asses.
Oh, he unblocked me on Twitter, and at one point he was like, "Come back to the fold." I'm like, dude, that fucking ship is fucking sailed, bro. You know. And then he's spitting my name about this whole thing. Matt, that stream we did about that commie Mark thing, right?
Yeah.
And then Ethan and Shane were EFAPing that, and I got brought up on Twitter. And somebody hit me up. They're like, dude, Ethan's talking about it. He didn't talk about me a lot, but he brought me up on that stream. They're like, dude, they brought you up over there. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? I'm just some asshole on the internet. This is their content. Okay, like whatever. You know?
Yeah, it was like they were watching us, but like making up what we were talking about, and what we were talking about wasn't what they were talking about. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Oh, these people, they didn't get the attention that they wanted, and their campaigns didn't do as good as they thought, and so now they're upset, and they're blaming us for the campaigns not doing well." And that was not at all what we were talking about. We were literally watching another person who in Comicsgate has defaulted on their campaign.
And to his credit, we even said this, at least he was being upfront, open about it, willing to give refund. Like, if it's going to fail, dude, or if the project isn't going to work out, he took the right, respectable approach. There are a lot of people who just take the fucking money and run, or you just never
Dude,
hear from
yeah,
them again.
if he gave the money back, that's awesome.
He gave directions on how to get. He did. I mean, he
that's
posted
way
it.
cooler than Jimmy Ray's and Rob
Mm-hmm.
Hunter and that dude who
It's
did
actually-
Claws.
Yep.
So
Yep.
or the guy who did Rainbow the Brute. The guy who did Wonder
that guy.
Island. You know what I mean? Black, and you know what? Go fuck yourself. Black Flag. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no hypocrisy.
A
here.
refund
we're
campaign.
calling out who's calling out.
I still want my goddamn ass titty t-shirts, motherfucker. I've been waiting on this.
Dude, there's people who are like, "Where the fuck is my Shinobi Sasquatch?" Shit.
Right.
Honestly, that a refund campaign is actually brilliant, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, it'd been cooler a fucking finished comic book, but I digress. So,
yeah.
So we're talking about that. John is on. He's talking about people who are not backing his book because they've had issues with crowdfunding. That's a very legitimate topic that John could have, and it had nothing to do with fucking Shane. And Shane was like just all up in fucking John's shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was crazy.
They get butthurt over the
I was talking about that after my third campaign, where I noticed that I was getting more people saying, "Oh, I don't back anything because I've been burned too many times," and that was like a year or so ago.
Yeah. I mean,
which is a legit statement. You know what I mean? Which that's like,
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, they punch down, and the whole thing with like John's long box. Like, again, if you say anything anti-crowdfunding or you just have a dissenting opinion, it becomes the mean girls. They got to jump on you and attack you. And it's like, first of all, it wasn't directly aimed at you, but like they seem to take it so personally, which makes you think like, it's interesting.
Well, it's about control. That's why they want to control.
Well, I hate to bring people's names up that aren't really involved with this, but Camel Moon did something similar on Twitter. Somebody asked him a question just in general about crowdfunding or whatever. And, it wasn't, it was apparently not the right kind of comment. And all of a sudden he became a target. And it's like, he didn't even say anything about anybody directly, but people take those mean girls take it so critically. Like Kenneth Rocafort, never associated with Comicsgate, not against it. It wasn't anti or anything. He just chose to do his own thing. They bring him up. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do.
They were kind of talking shit about him before.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I saw that clip, man. Yeah, that first 8 minutes, they kept saying, "Well, I like Matt." I mean, Matt, it's you. Kenneth. It's like I like Rocafort, but after a while, like, wow, it kind of seems like you're talking shit about him, though. I don't know, man. I couldn't watch that Katie did clip of that stream with John and Shane because I was gonna throw up, and I didn't want to do that. I'm like, this is just them ranting and crying like little girls over people who don't even want anything to do with them. They're not trying to start shit.
That was a long ass clip, dude. That was like
43 minutes,
45 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd like to see how he reacts to that. Like, yeah, I don't mind if you take almost an hour of my shit. Or, hey, the whole idea is for people to watch my shit on repeat, not,
So it's interesting that now they're like someone like John Malin's admitting that he's getting less and less backers.
Well, yeah, look at his last campaign. I know it was like a second chance campaign, but he barely made like $50K on that. And for them, that's a commercial failure because the way they talk about Eric July, right? You got to make $100,000 in 24 hours or else it's a failure. You know, and Jim Cox is right. Kenneth saw what they did to the chat in Danger Vanessa. Shane also was there because he used to hang out with the chat and Vanessa and Amanda. And he, even at the end there, he was plunging. He was doing a little Caesar, plunging the knife in the back. That was some pretty shady shit because Shane used to show up in that channel, the chat.
That is true. That is true, Kirk. But now they're openly admitting it after denying it for so long about crowdfunding.
What were they denying?
Oh, he says no one needs to say anything about crowdfunding. It was on Front Street.
It's just it's Fago behavior.
Yeah, he says no one needs to admit anything with crowdfunding. It's on Front Street, and I was like, well, yeah, but they were denying it for quite a while, and all of a sudden you have John Malin kind of saying that he's not getting as many backers as he used to.
No, maybe it's because of your books. Maybe it's because of your behavior. I mean, John, actually, believe it or not, I'll give him some credit here. He doesn't really deliver late books so much. Like he had a reputation of kind of fulfilling on time. So I'll give him credit for that. So it's got to be another reason. You can't blame the economy because that's a bullshit reason. You got to throw that one right out. So maybe it's the artwork they didn't like, or maybe the behavior they didn't like, or both.
Combination of them, I'm just saying they remember. There was somebody that tweeted something about it's that Hunter guy, and he's saying he's watching he's watching his his friends or whatever he called them, his peers, not lose backers with each installment or new project that they put out. Mm-hmm. And now you have they made fun of that, or they belittled that, and now you have Balin just admitting that he's losing backers.
I mean, look at I'll use another example. You got Phone Tap Phil, supposedly, right? The guy who helped Cecil fulfill his fucking book. Yeah, he's such a bad guy, right? Because like nobody would have never gotten that. And that book was what, 3 years late, 2.5 years late. I mean, I know that was the running joke, like you're never gonna get the book. It's a cash grab, right? That was a joke. Yeah. But I mean, without Phil and the Diaz brothers, that shit would never happen. But he's a bad guy now. Even though he used to be around for how many? He was around, I think, before I was around. Phil's been here like a real long time.
Exactly.
And he got smeared. They shit all over him. He really didn't do anything. When you go back and dig through everything.
No.
No. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. But we could go on. We could go. I saw somebody posted something months back. They posted a meme of all the people that Ethan's had problems with. It went on for like,
dude, that shit went forever.
Yeah, I wish I bookmarked it because it was like, and every one you were like, yep. Oh yeah, he did that. And then Ethan will come back, and it's always like, oh, they're nipping at my ankles. They didn't make what they wanted, so they got jealous. And he always tries to make it like, it's always the other person, and it's always like, oh no, they were jealous of me, or they didn't think I just, that's the bad behavior I'm talking about.
Oh, like he thinks he's greater than he actually is.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, dude, everybody's trying to network. And of course, you have the biggest platform in this space. So it's not out of the realm of reasoning to think that people might want to be in your orbit. The problem is you're a total douchebag. People figure that out and then they back away from you. And then you spin it like, oh, they're the bad guys. They're ungrateful. That's what John does, the same thing. All of them do. They all do that same fucking little game where they spin it back like, oh, they're just ungrateful peasants.
Yeah, they say that a lot, dude. They use that like a lot, and it's like that does not apply to everybody.
No,
you can't be like you can't have a show called Comicsgate presents, or Comicsgate Ballers, where you're presenting people,
Comicsgate Live.
Or Comicsgate Live. You can't have like a show where you're presenting new artists and new creators with campaigns. You can't have that. And then like fucking mock and ridicule somebody when they're politely asking when they could have a spot, or turning it into a negative thing. Like,
or
hey,
expecting
we've
something.
seen like we've seen John Longbox's DMs. Dude, super fucking polite with Ethan, like asking, and like Ethan's just being a fucking total psycho. Like, yeah, sure. And it's like, this is the point where I said, yeah, sure, but I was fucking saying no. You know what I mean? You're just like, what the fuck kind of
I learned
guy are you
firsthand.
communicating with? But
Matt, you know what I've learned too about these people? They act all right. Like we're talking as real people, like real human, right? These people, it's like they're actors in a movie. Like the lights are always on, even in DMs. Like you don't even have to be on stream. To them, the green light is always on. It's always lights, camera, and action. And you find out these people are fake phonies. They're just fake.
It's crazy. Like he shows the DMs with us, and it's like, dude, I'm talking to you like a normal human. I'm talking to you like a fellow artist.
Level
because
to
to be
level.
honest with you, yeah. Because you know what? I do not. My household, there's not a lot of fucking artists. You know what I mean? Like I show my art, and everybody loves it. So it's nice to like show my art to another artist, and I do that. I've had Bob Burden look. You know what I'm saying? Like I like sharing and bouncing.
Yeah,
off.
I know.
You know what I mean? I
you.
like to bounce off my artwork with other people, and vice versa. You know what I mean? That's how you like steel on steel. You know what I mean? And I was just like talking to him like a fucking normal person, not realizing that it was just. It was all a fucking facade, dude. It was like,
oh, it's all fake. Yeah, it's all fake. It's like I'll take a music analogy. It's like you jam with somebody, and you're like, you play the guitar, and you're like, oh, that's a good lick, man. Can you show me that lick? Or like, oh yeah, that's cool, man. You know, it's all you're doing. You're just comparing notes. It's a way to kind of like socialize but learn, and each person kind of, and then they take it and they spin it. They spin it into this fucking like. All of a sudden it's like, oh, you had a falling out. Now it's like, oh, look what he showed me. Look at this piece of shit. And like, blah, blah, yeah, I know, dude. It's really greasy, slimy
it's a real
behavior.
Angle. It's a look at this guy. He tried to have a normal human interaction with me. What a fucking weirdo. Like, what?
That's how they spin it, though. Like, and I know
it's very bizarre.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like
everybody's the scumbag. Everybody's the weirdo.
I have a show. Let's say I have a show, and I'm like, hey, I have a show. It's for new artists. It's for new creators. It's very busy. Lots of people are going to be watching. All right, DM me about it. So a year from now, like after you've like DM me about it, I'm going to pull those DMs and be like, look at this fucking turd.
He's
look at him DMing
me.
Yeah. Look at him. Hey. Do you think you'll have a time next month for me? What a fucking fag. Right. You know, it's like, what are you fucking trying? What kind of autistic shit are you doing, dude?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just more of just like they're just trying to get our attention. It's like because you fucking put your feelers out. You told people to contact you about a fucking show that highlighted new artists, and then you try to use it as blackmail. It's bullshit. But I mean, blackmail is in their repertoire. You know what I'm saying?
Well, those are their receipts, right? This is the receipts. And it's like, no, you're twisting and conniving and fucking scheming.
It's not the real receipts.
Oh,
right.
It's never the actual receipts. It's never the real shit.
When they do promote you, I guess they feel that they're entitled to you thanking them or kissing their ass, pretty much.
Bow down, kiss the ring. That's the playbook.
And the shows that
there's a certain level of like
show respect.
Yeah, dude. I've had I had the Freaking Awesome show on Monday. I had that shit for like 75 episodes. B.A. Turner on there, Robert Embry on there. I had a fucking butt ton of people on there highlighting them, and then within months, just fucking. Talking mad shit. Yeah, dude, just talking mad shit. It was,
I was gonna say that all the shows I've been on, I've shared every time they put up that they have an upcoming show, I've shared it, and they didn't require anything from me. They they didn't ask me to thank them or whatever. They were nice to me. They let me on. They gave me a chance. So why not share their link to their show?
Well,
it was just like Richard Embry. Like if it was just like, hey, like he was on my show, we were cool. He was on here a couple times, and then when he goes off on another show, it's just like, oh, so now you're promoting my rape? Like what the fuck? Am I like? I don't know. It's fucking bizarre, dude.
Well, what I'm saying is that I was on their show and they. Since they were so nice to me, I'd share out a link to their show or their project or something, and they never asked me to do that.
Yeah.
Well, I when I was first here in Comicsgate, I had the Rock and Roll Ninja, and people didn't want to promote it because it was your boy Zach book.
Which is funny because like for the up until like I don't know 2021 or 2, I mean, your boy used to go on streams with Evan, Ethan, whatever, and yeah. So I mean, it's not always like your boy was like.
I think it was like right after the Mark Wade lawsuit got dropped, and everybody was pissed off.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly
right. And so everybody was pissed off at your boy Zach for not going through with the Wade lawsuit. So anything that he was doing, nobody wanted to fuck with. Like that was literally like, hey man, yeah, the stuff looks cool, but I'm not promoting anything from your boy Zach.
Yeah.
And it was all right, cool, I understand. I couldn't fight it. You know what I mean? Like Ethan said it, Mandy said it, a couple of other people said it, Bancroft said it. That's why I was like, all right, well, I guess I need to work like overtime. Ooh, I don't know why I thought it would work, so I had to do overtime. So not only do I do Rock and Roll Ninja, I'm doing covers and logos and trading cards and shit for everybody, just so I can like have something that people can see,
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, you getting kind of caught up in that whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like JDA came on one of the streams to do a review on it. He was like, yeah, the artwork was really awesome, but yeah, fuck the story. And it was like, what the fuck? He was like, well, it's your boy Zach, and I fucking hate everything he's doing, so I don't give a fuck. Like, it's dog shit. I'm like, all right, man.
Right. Cool. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, I was like, cool story, bro. I'll see how I can incorporate that into the fucking graphic design.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just, it's just generally the way they treat people that I have a problem with. Basically, getting back to it, it's just like you don't act like real humans. Like you downplay everybody. You play the victim while you're lashing out and making everybody else the enemy. It's amazing. I can't believe more people don't see. I mean, more and more people are noticing that, but with the whole new trash cast format with the anti-Rippa guys and the Mints and the Rileys and the Fragatonis and you're getting a new crowd.
Do you think that's
I do. I do. It's cyclical.
Eventually, it's going to be like, all right, Comicsgate, time to make some comics, and it's like going to all just be fucking.
Well, these
like eventually, Frog Tony is going to have to fucking produce a comic. You know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people, they're just there for the blood sports and the drama. Ethan's not a dumb guy. You can say a lot of things about him. He understands that. These are not comic book backers or readers. These recent campaigns and the lack of funding totals this year are they're bearing it out. So like they're changing format while keeping appearances. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too, right? And I found, because I've been here long enough, where these things are cyclical. So say you get these new people who come in, they back a book or whatever. They'll be around for a year or 2 or 3, but then they're gonna end up in the same goddamn boat. Well, I just spent 200, 300, 500 on 4 or 5 campaigns, whatever. I'm here 2, 3, 4 years later. Where's the book? What do they define stupidity as? Like doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
The same thing. Yeah.
And I mean, like I said, I've been around like maybe like late 2017, 2018, and I've seen this pattern play out. The difference with these new people is they're like, in the old days, they were actually comic book readers. They were backers. They believed in this shit. Like the people they're bringing in now, they're not. They're just not. They're there for the entertainment value. They're there for the blood sport and the drama. You know, so they'll get there. Like Ethan will get his 1,500, maybe
Which is good. He
1,700
would prefer
stream
that.
views. Right,
It's
and that's
way
what. Yeah,
easier to
exactly.
sit there on a
Right.
stream and talk shit than to fucking draw.
Right.
I'll attest to that. It is way easier just to sit here and talk shit.
Dude, I could do this all day if people
That's
give
what I'm
me
saying,
super
dude.
chat. Yeah, right.
I'm not denying that like the temptation wouldn't be there to be like, holy fuck, if I can make $1,000 a day just talking shit.
But imagine if you could do
holy
both.
fuck, yeah, but
and put your books out and do this. Like you could be making like he's fucking it up with how he's
he
handling.
is fucking it up at this point because after like 2 years of like it all switched from like Disney's done, Marvel's done,
Yeah,
it's all
right.
over, the fucking mainstream's
Star
over.
Wars is dead. Yeah,
they just switched it to like Rippaverse is fucked. This is the last book he'll do. It's all over. Rippaverse is over. Look at it.
Those
You know
zeros,
what I mean? And like
zeros,
all he's done is
kicks
just
and
keep
hammers.
making books.
yeah.
So it's a weird thing to be like, he just keeps making books and you're screaming about him. And you haven't made any books. You're screaming about how awesome you are while this dude is like actually out there like doing what you're screaming about. Yeah, eventually it's gonna burn out, man.
Yep. People grow tired of the same. You know, look, we come here because like we like backing books, we like reading comics. That's like what makes you come here. The entertainment part obviously is what keeps you here, kind of. But if you don't have that basis, like after a while, you're just there, and let's do Trash Cast 1,255,362 about Eric July again. Oh, Eric said this today. You know, it gets old, man. People go, fuck this. I could go watch Northern Exposure or Twin Peaks. You know, I got better things to do in my life. You know, but
well, for a while this was like some pretty good reality TV, but yeah.
Well, look, a little like
now
I said,
feels. I don't know, man. It's like love on the spectrum, but it's like hate on the spectrum. You know, it's like watching autistic people fucking angry.
But even like
it's sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, even with the war campaign stuff, yeah, there was that big blood sport. You know, I forget what they called it, the fall of Rome, but it ended, and it worked itself out. I mean, now it's coming back again. it's like gonorrhea, chlamydia, right? Like it always comes back, or the clap. But you know, you know, it kind of worked itself out. But like now, it's just this perpetual. It never ends. And if they run out of shit to bitch about or new evil. Oh, it was Richard Embry last week. It's Bat Sauce. It was Dan Fraga. Rip. I mean, Rip is always the one they fall back on, right?
These are anti-CG guys. Look at this anti-CG guy.
The Dungeoneers, they always end up throwing them back in the mix. You, Matt, you get thrown into it. Elasmat with his document.
Now Elasmat's getting in there, yeah.
You quacker. He's in the chat.
He's the one that sets the tone for their propaganda.
It's just, you know, I mean,
he's our Joseph Mengele.
Who's going to be the new evil next week? Or if it's a slow week, who are they going to fall back on? And that's really what they do now. It's just
they always fall back on the Eric, dude. You'll be like few minutes of like shit talk, and then they'll be like, all right, let's go ahead and EFAP Eric July. And
wasn't he on Mark Miller's stream?
And Mark Miller, they were EFAPing that, dude. EFAPing Mark Miller and their July, like fucking weird ex-boyfriends.
Talk about ankle biting. Ethan tried to ankle bite Mark Miller.
It's weird because they're not even talking about him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind EFAPing. If somebody's talking shit about me, I'll EFAP it. But if they're not talking shit about me, I don't care.
I know.
You know, but like to be like, I'm going to EFAP some dude who told me to mind my own business and I've been raging at him. And then I'm going to, you know, it's just, the factors of it just against him are insane.
It's lame. The whole thing.
A bunch of grown-ass men acting like bitchy little girls.
Right. It's just fucking lame. And that's why we call them the mean girls, because that's what they do. They just tag team up on people because they're the big, you know, CG kings. And God forbid.
What they were doing in the mainstream, dude. It's
I know.
This mean girl shit they got from the mainstream.
They adapted it. Yep. And they transformed it and they brought it over here. And here we are. But we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys. No, we just want, you know, look, when I joined this shit, I wanted to back books. I wanted to get them in a reasonably, somewhat reasonably timely manner, especially back in the early days. Everybody was just figuring out what crowdfunding was, but like they would just, and I'll give Ethan credit. That's kind of what got me into, because like he was just having fun. Like you were saying, Matt, it was like Star Wars sucks, or Cecil would come on when Cecil was a drunk and he was actually funny. And you showed up, you just had fun. It wasn't about drama. It was just you had fun. You believed, you liked these guys, so you liked the books looked good. So like that's how most people got involved in the space. I think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Chat could speak for yourselves, I guess. But but over time, it got demented and morphed, and like it just became this just.
We were fighting that, dude. We were fighting We were fighting gay Superman. We were fighting transsexual fucking Cyclops. You know what I mean? We were like
cucked Superman. Yeah.
We were fighting. Yeah, we were fighting. Hearing about Superman being raped while he was undercover at Clark Kent, or Batman being bisexual, or Spider-Man being cucked. And letting Mary Jane just fucking be with some other dude. Like there was just so much. And then the over sexualization of everything, dude. We were just like, it was just insane. And then, dude, but then what was best? It's like, hey, what's the best part of it? Yeah, we're gonna make Captain America like the white guy who stands for everything. Yeah, he's actually been a fucking Hydra agent the whole time. Remember that? You're just like,
and then they had to cover that up by saying, "Oh no, that was Captain America from an alternate reality." Yeah.
But still, then they took away Punisher. Yeah, but see, now they're bringing it back. Once they were like, "Oh, my bad," like Punisher's coming back, like Frank Castle's coming back,
or they had to give him a new logo.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. So, that's what we were reacting to. So, we're in such a like, I don't know, whipped up. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck all this. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing these comics? They don't care. And it's like, hey, I'm going to make some. Like, yeah, let's buy some comics. And those first ones were good. That Jawbreaker was fucking good. People are like, holy fuck. But I don't know, man. That's not what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with Ray and bullshit in Star Wars and the people who made that content telling us to fuck off.
No, they left. They forgot about us. They could care. They could care less. Yeah, everybody moved on.
Yeah. So now what are we doing? We're dealing with handshakes. We're dealing with handshakes. Pornography, biscuits. You know what I mean? Suddenly porn is okay. It's like, wait a minute. And it was all because of mainstream comics. It was all about mainstream consumers. It's all about us being like, yo, look at our fucking market. It's disappearing with manga eating it all up. What do we do about that? How do we make everybody love mainstream comics, or look what they're doing to what we love? It's all now it's screaming at a black guy because he's making his comics.
And he's doing what I thought CG could have been.
He's living CG, dude. He's embedded it. It's like maybe he's not, but he actually is helping other creators and artists with that Ripascend thing.
He takes all the risk. I think people forget that too. He doesn't crowdfund, right? So he's the one assuming the risk, not the backers, right? So when you put your money down, you're going to actually get it. It's not like you're going to get somebody who's like, oh, sorry, guys, 3 years later. Or like even worse.
Exactly what I was saying. I mean, it's
yeah.
It's not. It should never be the customer that assumes the risk. It should always be the person who makes the product.
Right. And look, and in the beginning, I could like I said, I was patient. I understood like this was kind of a new thing, right? This whole crowdfunding, not having the funds, and that's why we gave you the money. We understood that there was a risk involved in the beginning. But after Ethan hit $1 million on his campaign, though, or somebody, these guys started getting six figures. It's like, well, guys, you should be getting better at this. Like anything, like you could be a musician.
Dude, they said that they were professional. It was like, wait a minute, you just said that you were a 20-year, 30-year vet in a comic book industry. Like,
I know,
crank out these comics, and that should be like
right
secondary at this point. You know what I mean? Like. Did you imagine if he was putting out books, twice a year?
Oh man, yeah.
Shit,
And I mean,
he would be able to talk shit, but it's like you're talking shit to a guy who's like putting out books. He built
I'm
his
not
platform and then put out
right.
the product.
And well, he was smart. He invested his own money. He got it running from the ground. Not everybody's that fortunate. I understand that, right? And that's why I have a little bit more patience for creators with a smaller audience who are just trying to work their way up. There's a difference. There's a grand canyon of difference between those guys and the smaller independent creators, right? So there has to be some sort of reasonable expectation, right? And I think a lot of those guys kind of take that and they exploit it. I mean, I've never had a campaign. I'm not a creator. I don't do that stuff. But like, you could take all that funding money, put it in a bank account, accrue interest on it. Maybe it's not a ton of interest, but it depends on how much money you put in there and how long it's in there. But I mean, there's ways to invest your money. When I hear people talking about, oh, this is paying my bills, I'm like, well, motherfucker, how are you going to pay for the book? Right. And then that's where you get these Rob Hunters who are like,
there's a sense of like you should have that all in part of your spreadsheet,
right,
and not dip any further. Like if legitimately, if you're going, hey, this book is going to take me 4 months, or you could factor in a pay period because you have to pay other people, right? Like you got to pay the writer, you got to pay the letterer, you got to pay the colorist. So that's part of your budget. That's part of your like, hey, here's 10 pages. If you like this concept and this art team, within 8 months or whatever the ideal thing, like we'll have your book for you.
And and I've heard other creators talk about it, because when some of them do factor it in, but by the time they start when they do that calculation, by the time they're ready to execute and like run it, changes, the market changes, rates go up.
That's the waste.
Yeah.
That's why you have to factor
Factor
that in. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And that's part of the
also
stumbling
like take
block.
a dip, you also have to be realistic. Like, okay, I'm going to be penciling this book. Okay, I'm not going to be paying myself $1,000 for a page. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
right,
for production, this is my book. Okay, $100 a page. So every time I get a page done, or every 5 pages, I take $500, but I like pay myself through the corporation, through the LLC, so that it's all like on the paper.
Don't they say the owners are usually, especially like in the beginning, they're the ones who make the least amount of money. They're the last ones to get the money. Like everything has to go to everything else.
The most risk. So
right.
But like, I feel like there should be some profit sharing. Though should definitely. I'm definitely down for that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because it's like, hey, I have to pay that colorist. You know what I mean? Like, I can't have him put that risk in.
Right.
If
that writer or somebody.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, it's I factored in $1,000 to pay the writer. So if my book gets funded, that means there's $1,000 for the writer in that completed funding. Now there should also be the taxes, the printing, the shipping. That should all be like, and those are easy factors to put into your spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would probably just fucking add 10% to both of those. You know what I mean? Just be like, look, I'm just gonna just factor in an extra 10% to shipping and to printing.
I think I have the answer, Matt. I think every comic book creator should go take business economics classes.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, I'm saying that tongue in cheek, but the more you know about running look, how many forget comic books. People run their own independent businesses in every trade industry all over the world, or at least in the country. We'll put it that way. But it's like, this isn't some new foreign thing,
No.
It's not a foreign concept. And again, I don't do this stuff, so I'm not acting like I'm some big expert. I'm just, I'm just bringing up kind of like common things people would think about. I mean, and if I'm thinking about this, they damn well should be too.
I mean, I'm just spitballing it, but yeah, you'd get the money and then you would split it up into the accounts. and then not touch that money until the very end, or are you to only touch the money that was required at that time? But it's like, hey, these books are meant to get like finished, not like one book isn't meant to like become your lifestyle, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's actually, that's a good point, because now you're looking at the bigger picture, right? When you do stuff like
the
that.
lifestyle isn't, hey, I put out this book and it made 80K. Like, you should be thinking, okay, I just put out this book, 80K. I could put out 2 more this year, and then 3 more next year, and then 3 more after that, rather than.
How could I take that leftover money and reinvest it into my new campaigns? Because eventually, if you play your cards right and you're diligent, keep your head down, you get the work done, you deliver your shit, things will work out. If you keep reinvesting your money into these projects and people keep backing them and you deliver in a timely manner. Ripa actually made a very good point. He was like, your worst enemy is fucking letting these things stay open for 3 to 5. And I'm not even a Ripa guy. No offense, I mean, I don't hate the guy, but but like, he had a good point. It's like, the longer you sit on this shit, prices are going to go up, rates are going to go. Now you got tariff. It's like, the best thing you can do to keep people interested, first of all, because like, who wants to wait for a story every 5 years, like one part of a story, right? And then it's like, oh, well, he delivers on time. That also gains you points. And then more people end up like, it's I hate to use the domino effect, but it's like, you build momentum, and over time, all of a sudden you're looking and you're like, holy shit, I'm really, we're chugging along now. Now we're rolling, I don't know. Maybe fuck. It's just like, I don't know.
I mean, spitballing, Ethan gets a writer. Maybe who gives a fuck if it's a known writer or not? It'd be cool if it was. Who cares if it isn't? But you just like, you crank him out. I don't know. I don't have any ideas for the guy. I'm just like, none of this stuff seems.
Well, they fall back.
Like he has it planned, and so he like, instead of drawing, he'd rather just collect the super chats, which.
Well, they also fall back on the whole like quality takes time argument. That's such a load of shit. Guys in the chat, how many people have real daytime jobs? I have a job where I have deadlines and due dates, and if I don't get my shit done, it's curtains for me. Like that whole excuse.
Well, these guys are from an industry where deadlines and due dates are fucking
critical.
Dude, they're career crushers.
Critical, and they sit there in their basements moaning and bitching. Look, if you have printer issues or if you have like legit business, shit comes up. I get it. The printer's fucked up, something happened. Look, that's business. Things happen. I get that. But it's the lack of updates, it's the lack of transparency. It's all of these factors. You go to those Indiegogo campaigns and it's like, what's the update? Haven't heard anything in 8 months, 10 months. It was last summer when I heard from
my money back.
Yeah. Where's my here's my ID number. I've sent you emails. Can you refund? And then you always get, then they're like, they either say the bullshit excuse like we give refunds when they really don't, or they go, no, all the money's been invested and we can't refund you at this time. And it's like, well, where's the book? Where's the update? What's going? Like they always have this double. You notice that I'm going to keep saying that sneaky, slimy little actions that happen, and it just contributes to the lack of customer. What's the word? Concern, respect, like customer fucking like after a while people just go, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck off. And like you'll see that in those comments on those campaign pages. And it's like people get disillusioned.
They're doing the same tactics. They're doing the same tactics as the mainstream was doing.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, then they bully you. Now we're the bad guys because we want our book after 3 to 5 years. Oh, we're the bad guy. I gave you $200, asshole. Where's my shit? Oh, it's not it's a perk. It's not guaranteed. I'm like, dude, you hit your funding goal. That's the other thing too. These guys come up with these most pathetic funding goals. Why don't you these platforms, these Indiegogos? Why don't you make them put something realistic? Like for Ethan to put a $500 or $1,000 funding goal on a campaign. I mean,
really?
Yeah, that's what they do, man. Sometimes you'll see them do like a flexible goal, and those are like kind of more realistic. And it's usually the smaller creators who do it because they're the ones actually pinching the pennies and like trying to like make sure it works. But these bigger guys, they come out with these absolutely asinine. I think that Master Racers on Fund My Comic, I think it's $1,000 funding goal. I mean, in this case, Ethan's barely. I mean, he's what, at $5,000, but they always hit the goal. So once they hit the goal, that means they can just sit there and let it sit there for years, right? It's a loophole. I really think it's a
Trifling.
loophole. You know, fund my comics too. I know I'm going to talk shit about them. I'm not trying to, but this whole like having a storefront, I don't like that. That means you can just you can park your campaign there permanently, and they use it as a storefront, which you never deliver on. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that. That like it's a perk. You're not guaranteed anything. All right, so just call it a grift. Why don't you do a GoFundMe then? If you just want people to give you money.
Yeah, I don't
Do it.
like this. Like, oh, like we're gonna be pedantic with the fucking wording, where it's like, well, it is crowdfunding, and you know, it is a risk to back something. It's like, no, dude, you can't sit there and talk about how you're a 30-year professional, and then fucking talk about how like maybe we're gonna get this book and how we're just backers and shit. It's like, no, dude, come on. Don't be stupid. Don't be a grown up. Like you
Right.
said, you're a fucking professional. Everybody around here has your books. At some point, right? Like we bought something from you with your name because you're DC.
Right.
So there's an expectation. You talk mad shit about being so awesome at comics. So like there's an expectation of you to back it in a timely fashion.
I get
And
sick
you're
of
just
that.
not doing it.
I just get sick of the whole like, oh, you're a fan, backer, customer, like these terms they get thrown around, and you know,
That's the
like I said,
royalty. See, that's unfortunately the royalty. You want to be, I mean, you know, the Kings thing, it's just one dude saying that shit on a channel, but like you get fucking Katie and Bushy and fucking Liam just trying to spread that shit with this Kings stuff. But it's like, no, the Kings are the customers, dude. The Kings are the backers. You know what I'm saying? That's the royalty. Like you're forgetting like what the movement was. It was a customer movement.
oh,
Not
absolutely.
not a like, hey, our favorite artists are being canceled. We're gonna back them, and this is their movement. We're all gonna support our favorite. Like that's not how this was.
And now they backlash. It's like, where's my book? Somebody will send a super chat, and they're like, what's going on? What's the update? It's like they give them shit now. It's like, give me a break. The fuck? Where's the you know, you respecting your backers? That must go out the fucking window, right?
Oh, that's
That goes
funny.
right out
Yeah,
the window.
he's like, oh, come on now. Some dude's like asking where his shit is. He's like, oh, come on, don't ask me where your shit is.
Well, I heard Rainbow the Brood is 3/4 of the way done. It's only July of 2025, but hey, hopefully. And then the fulfillment takes like 2 to 3 years. So like you'll probably get it in what, like 2028? Yeah, people are waiting on the head sketches from Wreck Planet 2 still. I mean,
What a
shit,
weird.
you know.
Did you hear that? There's
What?
a choo-choo train horn.
Is it in?
I think my kids just found a horn, like a.
Oh, yeah.
You hear that?
I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. You got an owl. You got some owls in the background.
Okay, hold on. I'll come. That's my whistle for my beautiful child.
All aboard! Get on the Matt Bar train.
Well, like sometimes, like you know, if you're in a big house, you know, I don't want to just like start screaming her name through the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she's not in trouble. You know what I mean? I'm just like wondering where she is. You know, so it's just like she has a whistle. She knows when she
It's an
hears that
alert.
whistle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like you're, you know, where are you? There's paint on the carpet. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm just love you. Just you know, just curious where you are. You know.
Show signs of life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when she hears that, she knows I'm just kind of like, you know, saying, how's everything? All right. I think I don't want to watch any more of this
I don't
fucking
care either.
crybaby stuff, dude.
I gotta go by I gotta swing by my fam. But yeah, go see the
It's
fam.
about control. What is this? Biggins, Dong Box. You fought in the strike wars. It's so dumb. Like he starts something and then starts making up memes over it. I think the door is locked. Give me a few minutes and I'll come downstairs, okay? Fine. I love you.
Yeah, I hope you had a good 4th, by the way. I had a pretty
Oh
good
my
4th of
God,
July.
dude, on Friday, we went and did something cool as a family. This like water event thing that was pretty awesome. And then yesterday we did like a picnic thing over at a family, and a whole bunch of different family came into town. So we were just doing. Everybody was like dressed in red, white, and blue. It was dope.
Nice.
And then and then today, did some stuff outside with the family. They did some more stuff that started streaming and working, and then now I think it's time to take a break and go see what they're doing.
Yep, had some. We did some grilling and chilling. Had some burgers, dogs, a little bit of steak, and then I'm gonna head out and see the niece. They got a little pool. Maybe do. I'm not swimming, but I'm gonna go there. They're gonna go swimming. Fuck that shit. I ain't swimming. But
yeah, we got a bouncy.
Oh, bouncy house.
Yeah, we got a bouncy house in the backyard that's turned on with water.
Oh, that's dope.
Fun. Yeah, and then got a trampoline. Trampoline has a net around it. On the top of the net, there's like sprinklers, so it like sprinkles down, dude. It's dope. It's pretty dope.
I think my dad's setting up like a makeshift slip and slide too.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. I was thinking about doing that too. I've done that before. You gotta make sure you. I know it sounds stupid and gross, but it's like you gotta make sure you put some baby oil on that.
You gotta make sure it's ready to. Yeah.
There's some slickness to it. It sounds. Thanks to P Diddy, the saying the word baby oil just feels like cringy, but that's
Yeah.
Just squirt a little bit of baby oil on the actual thing.
Little Johnson and Johnsons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way you get a nice. You get nice traction to it, because sometimes that plastic you'll just fucking.
You'll get a burn. Yeah, it can burn. Or if you don't have a proper water distribution setup.
Yeah.
And
the steepness to the level of speed to like where they're landing and what they're being launched into. That's all got to be like factored in.
No, I hear you, man. Yeah, so it's gonna be fun. I'm not taking part in it. I'm just gonna go drink some beers, probably eat some more burgers and hot dogs and shit.
Nice. Yeah, I might go have a beer.
Hell yeah! But thanks for having me on, dude.
Yeah, buddy. Take it easy.
Yeah, man.
And
all right.
That's it with this one. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Hail the chat.
Hail the chat. And beep, boop, beep, beep. You like that? Beep, beep. And we're out. Be brave, be honest.